Morning. Feel better? Feel better today?
You know, I feel okay. It's just still so.
my tardiness. Meeting with 8 p.m. this morning. Roll call, colleagues. Where's my teacher from? Is she from what? Is she from, as a parent, is she from somewhere in the red? I don't know where I know she works at Salt. Does she work at Salt? What's the school? Go back to the yellow. Honorable Yellow Hair, Chairman Yazzie, Chairman So, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Crotty, Honorable Otto So, Honorable James, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Otto So. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, lock it out.
18 present.
18 present. Day 2. Day 2. With that, colleagues, we do have an agenda before us on for the 24th Navajo Nation Council winter session. Today's date is January 28, 2020. The time now is 10:14 a.m. We're going to call this session into order back out of recess. The Navajo Nation, we are here at the Navajo Nation Council Chambers in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation, presiding by myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. With that, let's go on down to roll call, or to invocation. Honorable Paul Begay, mind doing the invocation for us?
Good morning, Speaker. Shada. Arushi Kwashi, Etahota di Zito, Kodo Eya, Nakichikona, Hianai Kado, Ena or Article Kodoshi Eya. So there's in Banada in it legal, Kodo, Nada Huit Lasso, Lesto, Kodoshi Dani, Soya, Niki Otla, As Adat, Edo. Aro bitches so deals in the at his bars and the Tasa bitches so deals in he lay the supreme power is needed and the Ghana Echikota Unko Ishi Joiba in Ligo Eben Nacha Kodo Ea Nas Nana Dole Ko Here Pen Hanoya she Paul Begay she gave up for the Skishin Slam be Petoni was a chain. Aro thore change that Irokia Anishinale, Naway Abiadeo, Adeo E. Bishmos, Ananshan, Chi, Bishka Gate, Kabi, Totkono, Helding Dots and Abasabatin, Kokroshi, Yada di Nisto, so doesn't bear Ditzi. Lonely here, deep in the corner. Na kitchen your car con a bishmans and nothing think on ya each again hit the ningo ben hit the tree where Yahanani Kri Aro here because Nikisnahun long dolet. Corona so a dinner sauce, Neta, Nanas Nel, Sabetano did I, Ado also, quite a nebe pacado was he better dead econ hidato nana and D. Ben Hikadi Los, Ado D. A. Nzaki Sigito Sad, Edigi Ben Hikadi Lord, Njongo Ea Adatil Nil, Ea Basit Hidolish, the Nilsen Dolish, Nezad, Nzakis, ado ia ken al belnas tigo ayo ne belnas tigo job belnas tigo kwat ego ia ben khidising di ben bi kwat ego ia ya te ho khan sikiso navigia di khiti khon da nikite nebe ba kha di lo li ko do ba ya da to thi a he di khon ia ne large and khas da speaker Damon he di khon da na khabel khon lo to na hayat ego in theo na kho istodo be ke ia ko do da hoini klar to le ado to large and khas kegi Celeste President Nas out of Vice President Lazar aro yilkinani abol khan aro bandal nishiki director dan lindal so di kon da dal so da neia da haslagi kon nikede nei ka do was beniga benan shiat e ho da yila do les ado ia and da has tigo da beba ka di los sa kis na tagi beba ka di los so da neia di kon na yes na li pasodil zan ya ego ian khada to li arot an higan has agi ne jedon himman hitchain hinal ne massan so adon khalchna ne tokye ne nalke hashin zago yak edan ikon hawanon niketna has ago ne li da halno de beda hallo arabic kashita hallo also na khabak idne idon khaba waliya ndahon tlatishi gidi kode da diskas da de chil ado iya ndahalkin atkin gon dahon na khawliya do le jashi ndahon andati ba he nitsen ton line ba he nitsen din hasan nanas tle ibn nashiya di konchen nan tango kon yat eko iya chil halat not il نال لوشي بتخيانا دخوت دولل آدون خنهيغان حز آگي يات إيا كيكويت دولل أشكو تديبا نانيكا أرول ليد نخل دال نشيل دول بدا قلت خادن ليني يات إيهن نخالشنن دين تكين دولل آن ليلشن يجن دا إيني التخال أرون ليوتاش أوتاكو قلت خاقي نحز آگو دالسو نخابش خونلو مدو بجايجي تسان داقي نغيدا نزاد دا ألتخا آدن خابش خونلو جينا دان ليني دا بتاجا كنل إيدو نجونكو إيا ألتخا ديدو الليل دادي ننجيت إيغو سأجلي نهدا نهي دوخا نهيكا أندول وس بتنايي دا دولنا بتنايي إيدا هوس آجي نال صوص دا يوسبانجي إيدا دالسو نهيدنايي يكا أندول وس آدود آيي يسي كوي باحي نيتسن سلاون لنجي كويتش كويت نهكدز إين نخا خليا أقد إيغو نجونكو خاد إلغيدو ندا إلوش آدو بالخان نجونكو الخا نادي إيدو نانش نادي وكباحي نيتسن خبل خنلو يات إيغو يلخناني دو بالشن بغاكي يا نها خاتو لسا كويتش كويت أرون هجانا باي إيدو بينيل نيكدو ديش جردي كودا ليت خدسة نادا آدن داقخي بعد هستكي أكون داقخي هذا يدحلون كون داقخي يجو إيه دبتزيلون خاين سنتولل حتى أذني دولل كأن شنكو بكيا نهدو كأن نعمان حسان النبكيا والجيجو كأن نخان نهدو كأدو إيجو كأت إيجو دي أتصبت النبصديل زنات ليني دارت بصديل زنتي كون النبكيا بكاجي هذا هوستو هاوتس شيت كوت هاوتس يوتروج so نخابل تهونلو نات نخايا ينازيني أدونلي كنت كويسة واشنطن هوليدا يات إيكو إيا بتنهيتس إشتلجيني تليني يات إيهن خان ستا كيستولل يات إيكو إيا أجوبا ين خان ستا كيستولل يو بتسلاقو كنت إيكو ديبا نايكا ديش كدوي دو خيهد دي نشخا ليني دو خيهد تبيني خاين لغو دو بن خانان لغو ونك أهونيت إيدو دو نيك أهوجت ليجي باحيت نيتسن كنت سبينج صدزناني ليادو لتي بن بيجي يود أي Jesus Christ بجناش صديلزم Amen.
that, moving on down, colleagues, on to yeah. Moving on down, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Don't have anybody on the board. Once, going twice. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for that wonderful prayer to start us off and get us our business conducted. Mark Freeland, I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo Agency, Crown Point, Nadish Gish, Tse Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, and Herford Naize. This morning, Speaker Aroshanatai, I'm very honored and we're very blessed to have with us the Lake Valley Senior Citizen Center group, White Rock and Lake Valley Senior Citizen Center. This area, these 2 chapters, I have 6 centers, and this one is one of the 6 of the 8 that I have, and these 2 communities are very unique, Shnatai. And I say this because I have deep roots from White Rock. My late knowledge from White Rock. It's a Tsena Bethany stronghold. Out of knowing the community and who's who in Lake Valley and White Rock. But we're very blessed and honored to have with us this morning from Lake Valley and White Rock Senior Center, Miss Lorena Antonio, Miss Rose Sandoval, Miss Gloria Payochi, Miss Stella Sandoval, Miss Shirley Padilla, Miss Evelyn Edsity, Miss Mary Charlie, and the staff of Harrison Juan, who is a driver, and then Larry Joe, who is also the driver as well. Chantal, let's welcome them this morning to the chambers and thank them for being here with us this morning. We're very honored and privileged to have them with us in this chamber. Chantal, I wanted to recognize them and ask them if they can stand up. Thank you, Speaker Arashanatai. We're very fortunate to have the blessings in our communities, and when we have our visitors like this, and you're always welcome to go to Lake Valley Senior Center. If you want to catch up on your episodes of Bonanza or Gunsmoke, they'll probably have it on there for you. So they like to watch Price is Right, and also do a lot of crafts and a lot of games and activities. I really thank the staff for that, keeping them busy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that introduction, Honorable Freeland. Moving on down, Honorable Slater, the floor is yours.
Right. Good morning, colleagues. It's a good new day. I spoke with our former colleague, Nelson Begay. He actually was never my colleague, but he was yours this morning. And I just wanted to let you all know that he extends his well wishes and he is thinking of all of you and is trying to pass on good positive energy to the council as we finish out this week. So, thank you.
Moving on down, Chairman Soap.
Thank you, Cecilia. Speaker Damon. Shache. Paul Begay. Oh, what a wonderful prayer. Other distinguished colleagues and distinguished and honorable guests in these chambers. Hehuinsen kodo at ilawat pada huin ino khelita ea ninandai adas international she na kut akwanda. Right now, I'd like to recognize a delegate that represented Torreon, as well as Torreon, Whitehorse, and Pueblo Ventado. On the north side of the chambers, we have Chennai, David Rico, Honorable David Rico. And then, of course, I need to also recognize fellow Torreon citizens that have roots there deep into the history of Torreon. Shaddai Gilbert Castillo and his family over here on the north side also. And then, of course, last but not least, we have the CHRs on the south side, of which there's going to be some recognition for them, but most importantly, Chanela Sherry Begay, as well as Burnett Pine, former co-workers over on the south side. Thank you. Thank you, still, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the time.
Hey, moving on down. Thank you, Chairman So, for that. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours. Morning.
Yeah, good morning. To share, she had now another thing. Got to come now. Napa. Just touch cake. You know, it's a anyway. See, you're not on little. Is it you see all the yeah, with all the developments on the Navajo Nation, he's got most of the authority. He should have six Oscar by District Grazing Company, Chin Lee down. And then most importantly, we got some young generation lawmakers. It's in Lee, Chin Lee Elementary School, Student Council. One is Jordan McGay, Miss Posey, 6th grade, Elsie Clark, Miss Gaisley, 4th grade, Cheyenne Littleman, Miss Woody, 6th grade, Hayden Terrell, Miss Frank, 5th grade, Caleb Yazzie, Mr. McDonald, 5th grade, 4th grade, and Tiana James, Mrs. Sosie, 5th grade. I don't know the issue. And the sponsor, Simone Smith and Brian Flint. She's seen some time, but all the see that. Oh, the hair.
Thank you. Thank you, Auntie So, for that. Welcome to the chambers. That, moving on down, Madam Chair Charles Newman, floor is yours.
Again, Shatilla, Speaker David. Jag är en export av Shea Eugenia Charles Newman, she actually is able to happen as she was chain last year, she checked for Bash and another with the Nez Danishla. Not on the Nez, the Adet Nasha, a Adi Shiako, Ado a Shimado Shaja, a Adi So I just wanted to do a quick introduction this morning since I failed to do that yesterday. I want to thank my brother Paul Begay for the prayer that he said this morning. It's always nice to have your older brother, say prayers like that and to remember all of the people who are out there. So Gehat Shana for that prayer. And it's good. It's beautiful to see our children here in the chambers and for them to watch firsthand what's happening here with their government. So for that, I want to thank Chin Lee Elementary School for bringing your children here with us today. Speaker, yesterday we had a gentleman, his name is Lee Bergen. He is seeking a position on the New Mexico Court of Appeals. He's originally from Tuba City, but Mr. Bergen is actually on a short list to the New Mexico governor for appointment to the New Mexico Court of Appeals. he has an interview with Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham on February 7th, 2020. If he's appointed, he will be the first American Indian to serve on the New Mexico Court of Appeals. And I failed to recognize him yesterday, and I hope he's watching this morning. But I think it's an amazing thing when we have things like this happening. He is an experienced attorney. He owned his own law firm, Bergen Law Office. He practiced in New Mexico for over 30 years. His experience is in litigation, business transaction, state and federal regulatory issues, and civil law. He's currently the Chief Justice of the Pueblo of Laguna Appellate Court. He's a graduate of the University of Minnesota Law School, a husband, father, brother, and friend. He's an avid fly fisher, a voracious reader, and his philosophy is everyone deserves a fair shake, and every story should be heard on its own merits. So I just want to recognize Mr. Bergen at this time. I hope that he is appointed to the Court of Appeals and that he serves our people and the Great Navajo Nation in a good way. So I just want to recognize him at this time. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
You reserve your time at 2:07. That, is the gentleman here today? No?
No,
Okay.
he was here yesterday.
All right then. Okay. Yeah, moving on down. Honorable Otto, floor is yours.
I want to push my button for Mr. So over here too. So, but I'll waive it.
Okay. Moving on down. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, kudo aronan kudo shinantano shinigi dana kwe nana shudeki ako but towards the evening. It's on yeah kudo nagai one that's ko yeah now to yeah adeto but then everything's okay kada ajigi aronan kwe ki has anigi kudo the shinantano shinigi kudo we kudo nagai do abeda nils and do Bashin Dashil, 21st Council, 23rd Council, Ayego e Bashin Dashil, Nashto Nagaida, Ayego e Bashin Shishazando, Nagai. During his tenure, 23rd Council, he was on RDC, Adonana Quado, Ziego e Bananashila, with the 8 Utah tribes. Nagai Utah's 108 tribes. Ajiyanan Dauna Shijo, Utah tribal leaders and chair Isho Aja. Yego e dam not agi yego e taiti adonana yego not agi nan shiki yego e yishita ila ko arunana with the governor to yego e yislash shiko arab kate had a shower e kodo batin shiko kodo to shabeha dosi kodo behano salton shnes das danagai on the east side which is the former council delegate honorable Davis Filford is the here Adonana Quehol to stake and a great set Naja and a great across the street Aja E Naja Nashiko. He's the executive staff assistant to President for President Nezuko. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That. Let's go to recognitions from individuals. Honorable Freeland. Your recognition?
I thought we had one before. Okay. Good morning, well, we have I'd like to invite the chairman of the HES committee as well as the HES committee members up to Health, Education, Human Services Committee. If you could please come up and join me this morning. This morning, we're very privileged and honored to have a group of public service workers who work out of the Crown Point Service Unit who are with us this morning, and I invited them, if you can all try to squeeze in. Shanata, I invited them this morning to come and be recognized because of their exemplary work, their outstanding contributions, and what they displayed as far as teamwork, dedication, and desire and commitment to our Navajo people, Shanata. This group of community health representatives really showed me or showcased a lot last year. Sean, when we had the snowstorm, we had a blizzard last February, last February. There was an emergency that was declared on the Navajo Nation, Shanta. I went out to multiple areas of my district. I was driving around visiting chapters, and I got several times I stopped in at the Crown Point CHR service unit. And what I saw and what was displayed during that time, Shanat, I was so impressed and so amazed at the operation. I was amazed at the dedication. I was amazed at the organization of this group. And I think I've mentioned this to you before I die. I can put this group up. I will vouch for this group anytime. And they displayed that. This morning, Shanatai, we wanted to present a recognition of certificate. But before that, I wanted to introduce them real quick. I know we have a lot of them up here. Ms. Burnett Pine, she's the manager, supervisor, I'm sorry. She's a supervisor at the Crown Point CXR unit. Ms. Renee Shorty, who serves Lake Valley. Ms. Stephanie Shorty out of White Rock. She always greets me with a smile when I go to the chapter meetings. She checks my blood pressure too. Out of Sherry Begay out of Ojo Encino. Ms. Vanjie Tooley out of Crown Point. Ms. Carolyn Begay out of Vicente. Ms. Carolyn Joe, excuse me, out of Vicente. I'm sorry. Ms. Tanya Begay out of Torreon. Ms. Pamela Borja out of Peru. I'm sorry. Peyton Wileto out of Pueblo Pintado. Chad Tortolina out of Standing Rock. Yay! Chad. There he is. Good to see you, Chad. Miss Philippa Willie. She's a social hygiene tech. Good morning. Ruby Hunter out of Baca Pruitt. Miss Marietta Pete out of Nahadishkish. Yay! Omar Calico, who's an office assistant. Brittany Charles, who's also an office assistant. We also don't have three of them because they're not present with us because they're scheduled on home visit, joint home visits. Denise Castillo Sosi out of Whitehorse Lake, Jonathan Abeda out of Casimiro Lake, and Martha Williams out of Mariano Lake. They're working today, y'all. Everyone's working, but Shanata, I really appreciate them coming out today. I invited them out, and I wanted the HES committee to be a part of this recognition because you are the oversight. But I really appreciate this group of leaders and community members. They know community members, where they live, medically high-risk patients. Those who need attention each and every day. Their valuable knowledge, their insight, their professionalism, their skills that they have. We need more people like this on the Navajo Nation, Shanta. And I really am wholeheartedly appreciative of this group of individuals. I say thank you. I extend our thank yous as well from the Navajo Nation Council for what you do each and every day. This group, as well as all of our CXRs across the Navajo Nation, Shanta. But I wanted to highlight you all because of what I saw last year during the snowstorm. You were going out 2 by 2s. And I think you even went as far as Recon Marcus. And I know that because I've been out there and I've seen you out there. So, I just wanted to recognize that. Dr. Jim has a couple of, before I present the certificate to, where's she at? Majoline. I forgot to introduce Majoline, who's the program manager as well. You want to come up real quick and introduce yourself, Dr. Jim?
Thank you for affording me the time to introduce myself. My name is Majoline Begay. Shehin Snatwich Ini Bashin, Hanawani Dashina Doshka Hazo Dashiche, Ado CHR Outreach Program, A Director in Nishla Dohiha.
Ja, het ben een she Jilja min shedo look on shon touching the bushes chain do a shane to she dot as a fun do shanella ado hat I stand shando executive director and shando. I just want to say thank you for the appreciation, and you sent out an email a couple of weeks ago, but I think you've always expressed your acknowledgement and your support for the CHR, and they've been nationally recognized. So I don't know if we want to talk about that right now briefly. So we have 2 awards through the CHR. The National Indian Health Board is an entity that provides a lot of advocacy and for the Washington or all tribes, and they address public health issues. And they were recognized as the 2019 award for a local impact award for the CHR program. And so this was presented in Temecula, California, and I'll have the HES committee if you guys want to present this to them. Or where's the chair? And so I just want to also extend my support through the HES committee, but the CHR is nationally, we advocate the HES committee, the Navajo Nation, the president's office. They get their budget eliminated for the last, reduced the last 2 years. And we, through the HES and through the President's Office, advocate that our CHRs are unique. We need our CHRs. We don't need their funding reduced. And our CHRs, there's over 145 CHRs, and they all have some sort of certified licensure and certification that is unique across the nation. So when we go out there and advocate, I just want to let you know that we are very skilled, like Mark said, and we need to maintain that. And we have other programs that will be impacting us called the Community Health Aid Program, which is similar. But we always say that that's a medical model. But our CHRs are unique. We need them in the communities. We need them to be the bridge between the health facilities and the high-risk patients that Mark is talking about. So what are they bad? That's the Dodi, is it not Nini, Donini, Dani, Jenny, Quadin, Dodnishi, what Bananish, not go, what Baka and Sando, and Kadini, Don, it's I don't know if the HES wants to say anything else, but there is another award just for Sherry here, and thank you for your work. She also received a nomination through Dr. Shin, which is with Hope. And this award is also recognizing that she serves and advocates for, she educates what Dr. Shin indicated, and apologies she's not here, that she's seen her educate physicians, medical students, and volunteers about the importance of humility and the value of dignity and culture. I have seen her for her care for her clients as if each person were her relative, whether it's health education, to make sure that a bathroom is handicap accessible. She has built many partnerships in the community because she's a trusted person who has been doing this work for many years. Ms. Sherry Begay is a senior community health representative for the Navajo CHR program and serves on the Ojo Encino chapter of Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to also appreciate that. So the 2 awards are to the CHR program. And as we speak, I hope that we continue all to support the CHR program for the Navajo Nation, and we will always, as budget formulations are coming up this year, we don't want to reduce their funding. We don't want to eliminate the CHRs because they're unique. We value them, and we don't ever want them to go away. So I just hope that we bring that message to the entire Navajo Nation, the White House, and everything that we would to President Trump's budget every single year. And I just want to thank May and every one of you. So, idea.
Thank you. Jay. Mark Freeland, Honorable, thank you for saying those kind words about young folks. In regard to the Local Impact Award 2019 from the National Indian Health Board, it's presented to the Crown Point CHR Outreach Program. We have here Burnett Pine, who is the manager, supervisor. I've had the pleasure of working with Burnett at NAPI, where she was the safety director. And Che Herman Daniels, by presenting this award, it's not a conflict. As we said before, he'll never live that down. The other one is presented to Ms. Sherry Wilato Begay Chanala. She happens to also be the Torian Star Lake Chapter Secretary. So again, it's not a conflict of interest for me to present this award to a Torio resident and a CHR at the Ohoatsino chapter. The amount of work, and especially in the area of community education, she sets a fine example. Thank you, Canella, for your years of service and continue duty to serving our citizens of the area. I know that you and Tanya really work together, Tori and thank you. And again, members of the Navajo Nation Council, these young folks are evaluating to the delivery of healthcare on the Navajo Nation for all the other CHRs and the other agencies and the other chapters. They need our unswerving support and words of encouragement to do what they do many times alone in the community, driving for each and every one of their elderly as well as the young. Thank you.
Yat Epen, Shay Burnett Pine in Chia, Zatlanishno Kiani Bashichin, but Aneta Shichedo Kentlichin, dash another, what I the net Sanchlan. Yes, it just a Kate day, Gimbit all day, other yes and Asha. Kido, Catherine Trujillo, what I should chedo, Shamasan and Lane that dog, what I caught the net San, she ladot, I call, what I nationals time. Is a ne Kaigido, at either about Kage, Ajigoshananish Ishla. Aro Kuro Dosh Ched, Daniel so Honorable Daniel so dot a safety director in law, a what a Bansiat I call Napija. Aro Kare hold Jishitagi Koyot Kate Gagit a Zaged Goge Ayasa Baitha. Koi Ajiki not Sosikish like Eliado Ajob and Nacha Aid Cont and Nabike Yacha Aja Nasa. The question should say, yeah, those should so, yeah, though, I should say, those should has tweedos chin that any a art else, which end out, go 11 nudget and show the nudger, I don't answer. O coaven nudger here and hit it as they call White Rock, though Lake Valley Senior Centers. At Andai, so Kaige here, we can nudger, but I call the nudger.
gan hit see dob na che hut ai de hin na khadit adol channel do kon dai so khaniki kon he ha ni hin na che do kon ai kon hit ye na ne ston hin se case given na che ai hit zil o kon ai kon hen hit de snil kon dai so khaniki do ke kon honorable freeland do Daniel Soto has committee do Major Lean Begay here for your ultimate support do such as shut up at the snow I con shit I nationals ha aro don he leaders do nana Dr. Jim do here for opening the door to public health which allows us to succeed to establishing the linkage between public health servants also as well as health representatives that the CHR actually do and work with the public health facility yeah, for giving us that support. Yeah, thank you.
We have one more. Che, I'm going to go ahead and read this out. The 24th Navajo Nation Council hereby presents this certificate of recognition to, whoops, this is the wrong one. Two, I left it at 2. The Crown Point Community Health Representative Program, in gratitude of remarkable performance in service to Navajo communities that demonstrates the highest measures of quality and performance at the national level. Yeah, go. Presented this 28th day of January in the year of 2020 at the winter session of the 24th Navajo Nation Council in Window Rock, Arizona. Honorable Seth Bailey, Speaker, Mark Freeland presenting it to Burnett. Here you go. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Keha, and thank you, CHRs. You guys are an awesome team. Without you guys, I wouldn't have a job. Keha, Pong, Kid, Nas, Tweedle, Kid, and Napa, Dahosya, CHR.
Here you go. Thank you, Chantal. Thank you, Speaker.
Oh,
Thank you. Adult Health Committee, thank you.
good.
Hold on, Speaker, hold on.
Yes.
I want to sincerely extend my appreciation to all of you. I want to start by extending my sincere appreciation to the Office of the President, Vice President, Office of the Speaker, the Navajo Nation Council, and our leader, Executive Director of Navajo Department of Health, Dr. Jill Jim, and then also all of the local leaders, the chapter official. You have been very supportive and advocate for the CHRs, and we will continue to do our work in terms of doing primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention, and we'll continue to be in the homes conducting education and health screening. God bless you.
Thank you again, Honorable Freeland. That, moving on down, Honorable Eugene So.
Stephanie, the last name is also Ireland. Stephanie.
Stephanie here?
Stephanie.
Stephanie. Guajardo. Guajardo.
Come up here.
Come on, coming over here.
Did it on the grade, Calienta down, Arizona, Mon Valley High School, she asked, Aya Bahato City, FFA, Argent President, she be Koto John, which is that.
Ja, het is Stephanie Guajardo Minishe, Twitter Teat Minishle, Scottish Bushes Cheam, Kitha Cheatney Dashache, Nakai Dashanale. Hello, my name is Stephanie Guajardo. I live in Canta, Arizona, and attend the Monument Valley High School. I'm currently serving as the 2019-2020 Monument Valley FFA Vice President. Through the FFA, I've competed in a series of career development events, which are CDEs, one of which being job interview, and I'm a 2-time district champion. I'll be competing in the state level in February. Because of this organization, I have learned about the IAC essay contest, where I attended as a finalist last year. As the top 3 winner this year, making me the first Navajo to receive this top 3 spot. Through my pursuit of agribusiness, I was selected as a participant for the Native American Business Institute program last summer. The current agriculture program I'm in in my high school allows me to work with animals on a daily. This consists of administering vaccines, hands-on vaccinations, medical work, and shadowing the doctor in surgery. Currently, I'm in a senior level class as a junior, eventually moving on to a very selective internship that I'll be taking this semester. Thank you.
Perhaps see the great IAC are the conference as it known. So she are the national area, so the FFA usually has so and the great how she started. I remember when I was in FFA was 1969. We done Richmond High School. For us, we are the lake, the test, house, and Hutchin, and the very nice Josh Navajo, I don't reach the door toward that Eggy asked for us. A Behato City, and Nashiko, look at all Jason, certificate of recognition to Stephanie Baraka for demonstrating a commitment to learning and management of livestock and agriculture, and for spelling and as a competition at a local, regional, and state event as a student representative of the Navajo Nation. For the event at 28th of January 2020. For the and you see, so the family, she has something on she does for us to livestock agriculture. So we really indicate the thing of this. Almost number one, that's where we're going to fall back one day when something happens with our technology. So I think any year that does not with the house for share.
I'd like to thank my mom, my grandpa, and my FFA advisor for their endless support and helping me find out about the Intertribal Agriculture Council essay. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am at today, and I wouldn't be serving as the vice president for my FFA chapter. And there are many events and awards that I've received because of them and their endless support, so I'd just like to thank you. And I'd also like to thank the council for this award. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Raquel Castillo. She Twitter Chini, Dokita Chini, Bajishin, She Kaban, Shana okay. My daughter Stephanie, I just want to take this moment to just be very appreciative of this recognition for her. Monument Valley High School is the largest FFA chapter, Native American chapter in the country. We've been very blessed to have Mr. and Mrs. McBride, her FFA advisor here, to bring a program that it rivals a lot of college programs because these students are very hands-on with what they do. They're encouraged to work with the animals. We are the only high school in the country that has a veterinarian on staff. So these children are able to get a hands-on education in agriculture and also animal science. My daughter has been a young lady who has loved animals since I can remember. And we were constantly having strays brought home and bags of food that we haul around with us so we can feed the strays, taking them to different places so that they could be rescued and adopted. And my one requirement for her when she went into high school was take 1 semester of FFA. And she'd been in Girl Scouts, and she was a volunteer at the animal shelter there in Kayenta. And I wanted her to have a hands-on experience at a young age, knowing that there was more to just bringing them home when they're cute little puppies and, you know, cats. So we encouraged her to participate in these things. And when she was entering high school, that was my one thing that I had asked her to do was, you're going to be an FFA. And what came from that was everything you want your child to have is a passion for what they believe in. And that became evident after her first semester, and she grew to have that secondary part of understanding what it takes to care for animals, to be responsible, to help others learn to take care of them as well. So I have very supportive parents who have been there. Her Che and her Masanet have encouraged her as well. We've had many animals brought home at various times, and we do everything we can to bring in the strays, bring in and find them homes. So it's very validating to know that her hard work and her dedication has really paid off. And yeah, I really appreciate this, and thank you all for your time.
Yat Elisa McBride. I am one of 2 ag teachers at Monument Valley High School in Kayenta. My husband has been there since 1990, and I've had the honor and privilege to be there since 2005. I can tell you that I've taught all over. I'm originally from California, and what drew me to Kayenta being my home was the kids. They are amazing, hardworking, honest, give you everything they've got and expect nothing in return. And that is exactly how I grew up. So to know that there's still a community and families that raise their kids that way is very close to my heart as somebody who was raised by grandparents. Kayenta is a very unique community, and it's fun to watch the changes that have happened over the last 15 years, but the kids have remained constant, true, and steady, and are definitely the reason why we stay in Kayenta. We've developed some great partnerships, so Clyde and I don't claim all the fame and glory. Besides having amazing kids, we have some great partnerships from Gray Farrell at the U of A, Delane Etzby, who mainly runs out of New Mexico, to, way back in the day, we've had many veterinarians that we have worked with, Dr. Bahi, to name one. Miss him dearly, wish he was still around, the reservation, but I know he's enjoying the warmer weather. We have a great partnership with the Native American Veterinary Services that come out to our school twice a year and do low-cost spay and neuters, low-cost vaccines. And then most recently, and the big reason why we're here today, is our partnership with IAC. Matthew Danette Claw, who was raised in Shiprock, has definitely kind of become one of ours in Kayenta. We love him dearly, and he's providing great opportunities to our Navajo children. And he's a great representative for IAC through the Navajo Nation. Stephanie, the reason why we're really here today, is one of those students that you charge her with a task, and you have this bar that you set in your mind, this expectation that you set in your mind, and she far surpasses it. She thinks outside of the box. She is an innovative thinker, which is something that we need in today's society to move forward. And if you ever get a chance to read her essay, which I beg and plead each of you to ask for a copy of her essay. It is one that will make you think. It'll make you think, wow, our kids really do see the light at the end of the tunnel. They have this vision and they have a purpose and they want to be able to execute it. And all they need is people like you all sitting here today to believe in them. And I thank you all for doing that, for Stephanie and for our kids, Chenli kids sitting over there. This is a great opportunity. I was telling Stephanie, our Navajo Nation government class needs to come here. Our high school Navajo Nation government needs to come here and see what you all do firsthand. And that way they have the same support that kids are receiving today as we sit in this Hogan. So I just want to thank you and wish you all a wonderful day, a blessed day, and continue supporting kids. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Gilbert Castillo. I'm originally from Torreon, New Mexico. Relocated to Kayenta for my job and I retired there. So I'm really here in support of my granddaughter Stephanie, and I really appreciate the council delegate for honoring her for her achievement. I had to just need on it.
They so they got young kids that can protect us too. They got the desire, a real good desire to go forward, to make things better. Because I feel safe now. Got the kids over there with to be the leaders over here. We got some farmers and ranchers over here. Yeah. Yeah. The Gretchen leader, we had a FFA teacher, his name was Zamudio. And at the Chile High School, we used to have a slaughterhouse. And when I was a grazing representative, anytime when a cow hits on the road, I always ask the person that belongs to if they can pick it up. Mr. Zamudio told me, can I pick those up, when they get hit, so they can use, that in the slaughterhouse. How do they make it to package? I use Chinle and Chinle. So most of the cattle that got hit on the road always went to Zamudio, the FFA kids.
Thank you very much, colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, individuals. Guajardo. Thank you very much, Ms. Guajardo, for your dedication and your working together there in Kayenta. To the CHRs, I think Mark Freeland's promising them a quality inn. So he'll be down there with them. But I'd like to ask Honorable Otto So to come up with the Snuckers recognition and have the family of Ms. Stanton come down too as well, Ms. Stanton herself. There's always a good time to recognize individuals, especially if these individuals are not working within our 4 sacred mountains. But you know that individuals that have grown up on our reservation, grown up within the 4 sacred mountains, and grown up to be the best possible people that can work across the whole of the United States. And Ms. Stant, to my left right here, is an individual and gracious individual that we can say that we're recognizing here today. I know that Ms. Stant, we first heard about you when you were, when myself and Madam Chair Charles Newman were in a deep discussion with President Javier trying to fight for the gaming compact there at Talking Stick Resort in Phoenix, Arizona. The stand comes from Tonanastiza, which Otto So has proudly represented it for the past 6 years. She grew up there, and she's earned her bachelor's degree from ASU, and she currently works at Salt River Maricopa Indian Community. She's a third grade teacher. I know that she's been an active active teacher there for quite some years. She did get her master's degree while working there too as well from Grand Canyon University. One of the most important things is that she has excelled as a teacher, not only within the areas of our Indian communities within the state of, within Arizona, but excelled as a teacher to the highest performance within the state of Arizona. She's the very first Native American educator to be awarded the Arizona Teacher of the Year for 2020. She has excelled and by far anything that has structured her ability to tear down barriers and be who she is can be the individual to knowing that every day she works with kids to better their lives and to make sure that they have the best possible resources to gain that knowledge, that true responsible behavior in order for her to shape her next generation. And with that, I know that Ms. Stant is not only an educator, but most importantly, she's a hero in our world, and she's a strong advocate for making sure that our next 7 generations are a possibility to make sure that we can all be the next possible change. And she's one of those individuals that's making that change, not only in our community, but in other Indian communities across this nation. And with that, Stan, I say thank you from the bottom of my heart, as Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, from the council itself, but honestly from the Navajo Nation, for what you have become and how you have instilled yourselves in making sure that you could be the best possible achiever in your class. So congratulations on being the 2020 Teacher of the Year, and you can do so much more, and I congratulate you from the bottom of my heart. Go ahead.
Good morning. Adi hano yado iso agi ne dahis ago ko do dipen biye ko anhe nave hon leni ya ashin sago olta ashin so ya yego yikiya ja shin dahan ado bach nahan ande dashin sago also yiki yad yila khatikha yado ye nache ye nadish nisho ada his age chin leni halit ego la el chin ya ha ish yad eho bito yeto ha ish yad eho ben nan kindo leto ye nache jo chin yad dan ledo letin ako evik epoko dashin so hanan shiji la ko the next stance. Ako baby nash ego. Dolado na khawal khad dan lenige na ba ko be kaya ba kha ye dais ago. Na kha chin dan den kim. Do hojo a he da ba di nida to our teachers. None that the haji ko our children are in their very arms, in their hands, for 6 to 7 hours a day, when the mothers and fathers at home work, so forth. These educators across Indian country, across America, provide a service for our children. But Lynette, we used to be neighbors years ago, and they don't know how. This honey the hashkebo I don't need the hashka. ده حسان ده حش که و ده یهگو نگه ده جولیان دیکا ده تو ده ایدن دیات ایدو ده هنده ایگو نقصان لدو ادو ادی امانو سینی do Taylor. You know, you've been all part of your mother's life here, and trying to accomplish this. It's very, 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 very important. And I say this because we have children out there that is in school now, in college. It can be done. It's possible. Each and every one of us probably have children in college that can do the same thing that Lynette has accomplished. But again, I thank you, Lynette, and whenever your field in education, you know, create decent people, decent human beings throughout, whether it's in Indian country, in the suburbs, in the rural areas, because that will drive people to be humble. Then again, I really commend all the teachers, people that take that road to become an educator. Our Attorney General, she's in a background of being an educator. Khi dan jen lo da khi da yin jong ha jo cho jo he do ha jo na che go ha jo he ya te hi le al chen da hot a ko hot a be na she go be ai ro I can't no thank you again over in a tani che le ho it e ha ta ni ta be ya ni ki do che na che hot da ne go again, thank you very much, and
you want to say something?
no.
Yeah, Shea Lynette Stanton, Shea, Senda Kinensha, the Tatni Bushes Chin, Sitna Jenny Dakshache, Torachi, Dashanella, Akoteko, Sanshna. I come to you as Arizona's first 2020 Arizona Teacher of the Year. My reign just started in January, and to give you an idea of my road to this moment, I went back to school when my daughter was 3 years old to become a teacher. I was a single parent, and I went back to ASU, changing careers, thinking, oh, teachers get summers off. I'll do that. So I went back, very naive, into the field of teaching. I graduated summa cum laude from Arizona State University while being a single parent. Never turned in an assignment late, ever. Thank you. And that's my daughter, the photographer back there, who is now a student at Arizona State University majoring in global health. And then I went on to become a teacher at Salt River Elementary School. When I applied for that position, I didn't even know Salt River Elementary existed. I had originally intended to go back home and be near my family and to the city. I applied for a school near to the city. Unfortunately, they did not hire me, but Salt River did, and I've been there for 16 years. Arizona has approximately 42,000 Native American students, which only comprises about 5% of all of Arizona's student enrollment. Of that 5%, Native American students has a 67% dropout rate. We must change that. We must serve Arizona and New Mexico's Native American students. My platform is about equity, ensuring that our Native students in rural communities and in reservation schools receive an equitable education that is comparable to their city counterparts. There is absolutely no reason why our students from our small communities have to get second choice. So I urge you to stand with your local teachers, to stand with your local school boards, to stand with your state representatives and focus on education. Let them hear your voice. Go to those parent-teacher conferences. Call your students' teachers and let them know that you support them, because your support is valuable to what we do. Thank you. Just really quick, I want to thank the Office of the Navajo Nation President and Vice President, the Speaker of the House, and to you, the Council, for allowing me to be up here and for honoring me today. Thank you. This is my mother, Elsie Charlie. My father could not be here today. His name is Jake Charlie. He is also from White Rock, New Mexico. So I grew up in Crown Point for a small, short time. This is my aunt, Carol Vicente, and my sister, Denise Vicente, and then my daughter, Taylor. So thank you for allowing us to be here.
Thank you very much again, Lynette. I know that we thank all the educators across the whole nation, most importantly those ones that come home or work within Indian country. And I thank you again for what you've been doing and what you continue to do. I know how it is striving for your dreams, especially being a single parent, as I'm in that same boat too as well. Unfortunately, the Navajo Nation, we would like to recognize you in so many ways. I know that we can't possibly do it to the best extent, but we do have a plaque here that says the 24th Navajo Nation Council hereby presents this certificate of recognition to Lynette Stant in commemorating of outstanding achievement as an educator and for a devotion to preparing Native American children for success path to higher education. Kiahat, presented this 28th day of January in the year 2020 during the winter session of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, signed by myself and Honorable Chairman So. Thank you very much for your dedication, your leadership, and looking out for our kids. Kiahat. Yeah. Thank you again, everyone, allowing us to do those recognitions this morning. Thank you, Honorable Eugene So, for that wonderful recognition, recognizing the FFA, knowing that that's an opportunity for our students across the whole Navajo Nation. And to the CHR workers, you are the best individuals that work out there with our elders, especially the ones that can't get out there and working on them and checking on them and making sure that they have the best possible needs, our ability to create their needs. With that, colleagues, let's move on down. I don't have anybody else, so I have one individual on the board. Honorable Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, good morning to our guests in the gallery. Just want to do a quick shout out to our McKinley County School Board member from the Root Chapter, Priscilla Manuelito, I'm sorry, Miss Manuelito, but I would like to have her stand and be recognized. Speaker, sir?
Yes.
She's
Manuelito, thank you for being here. Sit on down, Madam Chair. How you doing?
Yeah, Speaker Shatilla, I just wanted to send a shout out here to Lydell Raphael, Program Director for KNDN AM 960, and his staff who's currently tuning in at this time. The Ben Show, I just found out that Mr. Ben is from Shiprock, a good constituent of mine. Darlene, Sheila, Jerry, Ona, and Jesse. Mr. Raphael is originally from Torreon. Mr. So, he just wanted to make that clear to you. I think you already know that. And KNDN proudly serves the Four Corners area, Navajo land, The net language broadcast 7 days a week, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily at 5,000 watts of power and online on KNDNradio.com. So good morning, KNDN, and we are excited that you're watching us, that you're listening to us, and thank you for playing some good music. Thank you.
Okay, with that, moving on down, Vice Chair Smith. Recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. Bishmasan to Konaso Tkanigi. Good morning. I'd just like to recognize on my right here, former council delegate on the north side of the Galleria, Percy Deal from Hard Rock. And then also the 23rd Council, Tom Chi, and also Shazia, Mr. Filford, on the south side of the Galleria. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, that, I don't see anybody else on the board. That, moving on down. We left off yesterday at item number 10, moving on down to 11, old business, there's none. New business, legislation 0383-19, sponsor Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Botero, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0383-19, an action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and Navajo committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,074,353 for chapter emergency funds, waiving 12 NC sections 820E and F regarding to the restriction over matching recurring revenues with recurring expenditures. You do have amendments from the Budget and Finance Committee, has had under consideration and reports the same with the recommendation that it do pass with one amendment. One, page 1, line 15 through 16, and page 4, lines 3 through 4, delete the following language. $1,874,353, add the following language. $1,430,996. 2, page 3, lines 10 through 11, delete the following. $1,874,353, add the following language. $1,430,996. 3, page 4, line 6, and page 6, line 11, delete $1,874,353, add $1,430,996. 3, page 5, lines 16 through 17, delete the entire sentence after the word prepared. Overstrike, any chapter listed to receive more than $25,000 had a negative balance when the documents in Exhibit A were prepared. 5, swap out Exhibit A with new Exhibit A, which is attached. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Okay. That. Thank you, Mr. Botero. Vice Chair Smith. 0383-19. Motion by Honorable Chairman Yazzie, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Nabi works? Nope. I have a player, couple players. Vice Chair Smith, you have 20 minutes.
Good morning, Shananta, other with the speaker and those that are here with us this morning. It's good to be here in front of the council requesting for UUFB. UUFB, we're asking to help out our chapters that are below $25,000, and we're helping out with this legislation an amount of 78 chapters out of 110. Anywhere ranging from the amount of $186 to $25,000, just to bring them up to 25,000. Some are almost at 25,000, and some are way below 25,000. So all we're doing is making sure that the chapters throughout the Navajo Nation are funded at least 25,000. The first original request was $1,874,353. That was calculated to help with 25,000, even if they were close to 25,000, give them additional 25,000. But we decided that we just want to fund them that are below 25,000. That's why we're now at $1,430,996 for the UUFB. There is, on the last pages of the legislation, it has a table of the 5 agencies. And the total amount for the 5 agencies are broken down under the budget form 4.3 of 3, under the 110. Eastern Navajo chapter will receive $476,942. Fort Defiance Agency will receive $339,506. Thank you. Northern Navajo Agency chapter will receive $235,605. And Western Navajo Agency will receive $226,700. And Chinle Agency will receive $150,241. And the grand total of $1,430,996. So you know that the weather is inclement. Yesterday we had weather. Yesterday we received a blessing of moisture, and chapters are requesting to have funds for the rest of the winter in case there is a major storm like last year. So my colleagues, chapters out there are looking forward to this. We have a resolution that was passed by Fort Defiance Agency, and I provided that to Tom Botero. I don't know if we have copies for that. The Fort Defiance Agency supports this effort to fund the chapters throughout the Navajo Nation. We have District 17 and District 18 that had passed resolutions, but at this point in time, we couldn't get those resolutions on behalf of the presentation that we're doing, requesting from the UUFB. The assistant candidate peso hato the NKD the ko shnanda ashorana okha na che ashte the dinato ni ko the lidhait do ko masanda do ni hastwido zani e padon get chin so kedo another kid e benya. I'll turn some time over to my agent here. She's been working on this since the fall, or the July down, and now we're here at the winter session.
Good morning, Speaker, Navajo Nation delegates from across the Navajo Nation. My name is Brenda Holgate. Tohe Glini A. Deshima, Sena Bitli A. Desha, Nanish Trichin A. Deshe, Aro Zislane Deshanella. Program and Project Specialization title, and I work with Division of Community Development. And I just want to say greetings to all the guests in the gallery and former delegates that are in attendance. Again, good morning. I am providing technical support to the delegates when time comes when they have requested me to compile supplemental appropriation budget package. And so I'm like a technical support staff to you as delegates. And I end up becoming an agent. So bear with me on that. I prepared this budget package. We started towards the end of July of 2019. We finally got all the preparation to documentations finalized the first week of September. It took September, October, November, December to go through the 164 review. And so because of that, we're using funding balance dating back to July of 2019. And so I just want to share that with you all. So the spreadsheet shares a lot of information. We used the emergency fund balance from all the Navajo Nation 110 chapters. And at that time, that was their fund balances. And so we're using the threshold of $25,000. And so if you minus the column that shows the 25,000 from what they have, and the difference is what he's requesting for. Thank you.
Is that it?
Thank you, Speaker. Basically, that's what we have for the Navajo Nation Council and requesting the UUFB. We're ready for any kind of questions. We ask for your ultimate support. And as I want to say that last time we requested through the UUFB, we increased it to $3 million. It was vetoed. So we're trying to be conservative and just keep it at 1.4 million. So we did our homework and we did the best we can to help out those chapters that are below 25,000. So we're ready for any questions on behalf of the legislation here. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we go to the floor. Chair Crowdy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, sponsor and your agent, Ms. Holgate, all of our colleagues here, and all of our relatives in the galley. And looking at this legislation, what I don't see, Vice Chair Smith, is at Budget and Finance, I refer to the memo that was sent, that was by President Nez, sent over September 3rd regarding the UUFB unmet needs. Our appropriation laws do indicate that the three branch chiefs will come together and prioritize how these unmet needs will be funded using the undesignated, unreserved fund balance. And so for our relatives and in the galley, that just means revenue that has come in after our budget process, and that's the most simplified way to describe it. And so I think I would need to know, sponsor or speaker, do we have that agreement from the three branch? Because this is an ask from executive, and if the budget forms are signed, actually, looking at it, yeah, the budget forms are signed by the Chief of Staff, Paul Chaco, and I'm assuming Ms. Yellowman, the Executive Director, that this then in fact is a priority for the executive branch. The second question that I'm looking at and that I'm going to ask as a sponsor is a similar legislation last year was vetoed. And I have to say there was no real response from the people, either outraged or asking that we should allocate money to the chapters for an emergency. And when I reread that memo, the President's office did indicate that we should look at how chapters are allowed to use their money, because they are collectively sitting on $16 million. And so if they're not allowed to move money for an emergency, then what's the fix? Because when I'm looking at Northern Agency, of the 7 chapters, I see some of my chapters have allocated money in preparation for the emergency. And I need to know from the other chapters, if this happens every year, why they're not allocating money
for upcoming emergencies for the communities that they represent. And so those are really the 3 areas that I'm focused in on, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
You reserve your time at 1:56. Moving on down. Vice Chair James.
Again, nationale, adosnat ahnoslnegi, paiki ikhoniki de benibi. Kodot Bansis Kesiki, Adada, Kodobe, Hichakaodzi, Hinant A Lanch Dasatahi. In his quote, colleagues, remember his quote on what he said. We respectfully request the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council to hold off on entertaining any legislations that request funding from the UUFB, the CHSN funds, or other revenue sources until we have a plan in place to address our nation's comprehensive budget for the next 5 years. This was coming from our president. Based off what he shared with us yesterday, the comments were made. We did our prayers this morning. What happened to that? Adonana, let's respect one another. Let's respect executive branch. Let's respect legislative branch. Adon Hinant Aye Jakadzi, President Nez. He indicated to us, you know, anything that comes across that has to deal with funding source, I will veto it. Shan Hishne. Adanda Ado da Zanat the seats. Ado and Hidini, I feel really sad about the legislations that were not approved for me. Shan Hishne Adanda Asto. I know, I see this going in a different avenue to where I don't want my colleagues to understand that I'm in the president's favor of him controlling legislative branch. But with all due respect of his request to the nation, of the council, I think it's best that we just table this legislation. Why move forward with it when we were already told that he's going to veto any legislations that have to do with funding? I know we're going to do our job and show our people that we are doing our job and we are fighting for them. But then when it goes to president, he's going to veto it until we come to an agreement for the 5-year plan. On top of that, yesterday I also asked about the memo from January, this is last year, January 3rd, 2019, regarding the memo of the declaration of an emergency. In that memo that came from DOJ, indicates in there that the Navajo Nation president can only declare an emergency. No more of the chapter president to declare an emergency. In that memo, it states that. Because of this memo, a lot of our current chapters are unable to utilize their emergency funds. Nihitanas nele alaj nat anin benigi dit a nahot it the don nihen to babe honet zada edo khajot edo linchan hisne dada e kodon sis case eben nache o what arbeit hat das sie geben nache o table mosen eti schlichen sind ako Joshi ha ein kishdoni later on down the road Akokot a bahadis tiko kodon hitaton igi Okot a sat leni behastito lechto. I reserve my time. I'd like to make that motion to table legislation 0383-19. Thank you.
Okay. Reserve your time at 37 seconds. I heard somewhat of a timeline, but I need an accurate timeline. Honorable James.
I wish I could give a timeline, but yesterday I tried to ask that question.
So,
I really don't know when we're going to be able to sit down to discuss the 5-year plan. I didn't get the answer from President Naz as well. So I guess 60 days, I would say.
or until the next session?
Or until the next session.
So, was it? No, that's regular session. You could just say until the next regular session, which will be
Okay,
spring session.
until the next regular session.
Okay? So you can't come back before that. Okay? And if there is something before that, Honorable James, this legislation can come back before that during a special session.
Yeah.
If this tabling measure does pass.
Okay.
Honorable James, motions. Second, by Honorable Slater.
For the next regular session or the next session?
Next regular session. Vice Chair Smith, you have 3 minutes. You want to go straight to the board? It's non-debatable.
Some of these things that come up, beso, ako, benina sanatli, even at home. Shadotra, dadino, shadobi dotso, lana nitsin, ako. It's not a conflict of interest. Did Vichinahut egi beso ben ye inch kate ako ashini setnani sozo President Vito Lago Ishiba Bolni Akonde Halet a handere lit hat egi Lalansen Yikado with that Ashini di memo dabaka later chapter has under Jo Fish massa underneath Ella out of me Beninanigi Ajikid hat inigi Tratnaznili Ba out nito Beso e painto Nisto Beso Yalagi Hodlondo Donakin leader Shinanda Akona Oshka Kadaisi Yasent Ace Not the Zid Eha Tabiyaj Other Wujj I don't let touch ill Do they randa Change to Gunda Beso J Dani Kadan Of course, Sheban's case Special session beetle so Jobari Nanigi Eha Biltani beetle the permit trust fund UUFB Endo Casto Benach A let out Nasi Kato Lana Nitzen Shawataban's this case A conat A ha Onakinan Nanishit Enad Okay Nanish A code Ebony Nan Lady District 18 District 17 Sanahuit A Taitla supporting Fort Defiance Agency Although she got Aja Tranazlita, but Yadat, Ko Beso Beto Zogi, Lana Nitsinch and A, Ko Answer that case, I showed Shanetta special session that's a bit also. Jun Beninanigi, the dog, Beso in Kate. Ito, that need Bito, Be Ahados, bit that neat in. Inch kid, a conlay nas nadis town, change to wilt eda. Con naoshka, loud downly, con quishi, bitas soto, bendo nesto, present dato, be ahadosi. Diba osna, dinle change to go. To yashhoda, or ashhoda. But I in naoshka. Join niet gehoord niet. Ook ga je dan niet aan. Door die randen. ko e ko tawe hatis to e hesh na ta. Thank you, Speaker.
Hey, that. For the board, tabling motion. Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote? Red. Okay, with that, Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown, going once. Honorable Brown, twice. Honorable Brown, 3 times, lock it down.
5 to 17.
5 in favor, 17 opposed, motion fails. That, move back to the board. Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I wanted to support the underdog for their proposed table. Niki, so, under the 23rd Council, we appropriated emergency dollars for the chapters. Chadayos in Shidani. The district ato nihilya na data tanas nor from DCDC Community Development to say this is how your chapters use these emergency fundings. This is how many people this dollars reach. This is how many homes not greater than Yechos in things like that. And and it really mind boggles me to go ahead and continue to give them monies. And we need a report from the chapters, whether it's a delegate region, because some delegates represent 5 chapters, 4, 3, 2, 1, 8, 7, 6. To get an idea, how is the chapters using these dollars? When you look at this legislation, Mr. Smith is applying the $25,000 threshold to be appropriated out to each chapter. There's some chapters that has a negative balance. Is that $25,000 going to service the debt that's on the negative amount? Like one chapter here, I don't want to say what chapter, but it says $9,482 in the negative. How do you get into the negative with emergency dollars? I don't know, but is this when you minus 9,000 from 25,000, it's going to bring the dollars down to $15,000. That chapter, I don't want to say misappropriate, misspent. I'm not too sure why they went into a negative situation in their account, and they shouldn't be. But something allowed them to. Ako epe nashin ko do nashin. Ako ahadit ego da adit khatnas nelet. We could get the Division of Community Development to bring us that information since 23rd Council. Maybe that will help. Ako I do support getting dollars to the chapters in regarding emergency funding. But we need some sort of information to say, this is how our chapters used it. Some chapters use their emergency dollars to buy hay. Is that appropriate? Is animal life worth more than a human life? This emergency dollar should be used for the health of the Navajo citizen. Onsen, but these dollars are supposed to service the Navajo health, not the animal health. I do support your legislation, but again, I don't know how across the street will apply this, whether he signs it or not. And we do have information. We know that we passed one, and he vetoed it. We didn't get a response from the chapters. And then they didn't say, "So, Mr. President, you vetoed this. We needed these dollars." So is it even worth entertaining this at this time? If the chapter did not support the council at the time when that first emergency legislation was passed.
Hey, moving on down. Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Yeah, the speaker, I wrote Shidado, Honorable Smith, I wrote Shitsudo, okay, Brenda, so, yeah, I wrote the legislation, so they did Anahoti, Jot Ashinde Yae, even yet, didn't there, will you have Ashinde Yabantan case? Ako jo legana kasi ya plan chislo nana de hada hoti da na hoti haslio hota yi jo tadi ya kon ben ye hoton ni hoto case in the jo ya bigit ishtin leko aro on the other side other hand of it ya once is the case ya we have a emergency management the Department of Emergency Management hoto AEC the plan the AEC in that lishko halida ito support in hilate la hajla heskeleho ari nahapke fundings are allocated for this department to work on this plan. I don't know that to support any emergency management out there. The personnel, had landak, ila ida nila, just abans is the case. Joe, it I even not the show called Halita Eto Hestadla, though Iya in Nato ends and the Jodaya Bansis Kisla Hasla Stela, Jodaya, even yet a department were established. Nahat in the base of one little Adabayaki, Adahateda, and the base of one little. Eugene, the Udia, Shani, Ida Bear, Ada Ida Kate. They one has under a Nahoti, and now we just again, Tidot, Yadat, Tidot, Ben Yet, and Leland. Nisende sunde ka aten ko hunzate. Eyede ya ya Pansas kisen le ko aronde da ko de nana de na ho just ya jo ka de sabiyaj da hi thai da thais kanna da ze ko आज de ya I kai is chen ni le ande dan ti le ko आज de ya I bi sin ji ko jisto aronde arodina dan che hel jisto le ko je bi gi to nana ko I pansas kis ko ai da de ya ko to ya Cod Edado, Jot I Beson, the Nidani King Deco, J. Bazin of chapters, though out on the decoration, the emergency, J. Class of Nico, Eton, emergency management, not Tossen ladies, to got 8 then, or and or what the Shiako. Go either ya by Halida, his name, Lisla, Halida, ya Agi sige bedet in der kwaki hodat agi so dana hotza hasil so de ya e hoto ya e da kinant a hoto ni ya ko oyo be na listen da the hati da nitle there's a separation of power isn't it akwaki oyo plan dil khalna no kwaki de kwaki honat in jo ka dana hotza beni na e kwa sa hasli oyo and the hot is leak again. Jadiga, when on it, quite the highlight could not on it and don't quite that emergency management. I built said out of the Hanne, I've been bananic, had it eloquent, hit needs and do very bad, who needs the net, put on and then you are a panic, a quite now with 800. But I at the Shinko, Jadiga, the Honan at Ahiko, Kododi Yae. Behzool geld hierop, behzool de Jacoben like niet genoeg. Wat had je even je best on natness. Arabië je nachafike honan is dat is niet door de zullen bij huizen dan hadden. Adel gaan en hadden best on nat ah. Zo het en linde zien zo. Zo nat aan het je londa. Adel goed bij huizen net adel goed gaan net alle op een naad de hoda anan kleine. Ako goed bij Hitler zullen do kwaben jena land steht de ojussen de ja hussen de. Ako de be.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Keelan Begay.
Yeah, nonetheless, send on up to Kodo, quite nicely Tanigi, St. Arnold Linigi, speaker. Out of Kodosh Che, out of Holgate, Kodo, not so Linigi, Dahan, so Zigi. One area that I've asked the sponsor and the program to provide the council during the Nabi presentation. February 19th, 2019, at the president's office issued a press release declaring an emergency. Resolutions of the Commissioner on Emergency Management. We've started working with start working with the 5 chapters that I represent. Initial direction was start providing assessment or situation report to us in Kitatniuko every evening. Certain time, I've been encouraging chapters to send report back to the central office, emergency management. Emergency management. Mr. Speaker, if I could ask, Speaker? Yes. If I could ask if we could get a report from the emergency management, the exit report on that particular situation. Because what we were told,
The assessment report at Sagi from the chapter level. A base or key equal the chose in the NAS federal administration FEMA. And I think that's where the threshold of the 500,000 rather than a million was advocated by the nation. Ako even nachiko peso yahanani de that didi Ecuador chapters given it, which not need. I think that was the situation. Ako ita that's an yahon chapters gi na nishtabiga to kodo report that they de. So this is a prime example. Chapters based on aside from them not being able to declare emergency, and you heard the president yesterday, I cannot be at too many places at one time, and that's the same situation. A lot of these chapters are in the rural area, especially the chapters that I represent. Majority of the roads are dirt roads. Which we're grateful for. But when not na de kwa a kododi ego baby chinda na do chinda do lata ostkata. Ako that's a peso ki not an hitch hunat ya. Edo that's a peso out of bakana aliada. So I like for for the council to get a report directly from the emergency management. And if there were any funding was reimbursed to the Navajo Nation, and if they did, if there was, where did the money go? And my assumption is that I thought the chapter, these funding goes directly back to the chapter. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I need to reserve my time and ask for point of privilege, so I reserve my time as Speaker.
Reserve your time in 30 seconds.
Point of privilege?
Point of privilege by Honorable Calumbier.
Mr. Speaker, if I could be able to ask the Navajo Nation Emergency Management to provide us an exit report during the emergency declaration during the February 2019. I ita kodo chapters ki oyu ana sociata yisha doben na base that's a kid, and if there's where for any funding that was reimbursed by the Federal Emergency Management, then we like to see where those funding had gone. So Mr. Speaker, before we act on this particular legislation.
Honorable Calumbier, we're going to contact them and get those two requests over to them. I can't guarantee you that we can get it back by the time we act on this legislation, but we're doing the request. Privilege, Honorable Otto.
Other thing, in lieu of what Honorable Delegate Calumbier is talking to, is maybe the exit report from the former administration. And they should have the information relating to the emergency spending, the exit report. That transition from Begay's administration to Nan's administration, that should have the financial information relating to the expenditures, to the dollars that we have appropriated. To this day, we still have not received that document. As a division, I believe that should be within their duties to provide that report to the legislatures.
Okay. Add that on there too. Moving on down, Chairman So.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Honorable delegates, Cecilia, Honorable Raymond Smith, Ms. Holgate. I basically have a question I'd like to ask of Legislative Council and Madam Attorney General regarding, it seems like there's questions floating around. Yesterday we heard that from the president that his understanding was chapter presidents can declare emergencies. Then there is a memorandum from last year that basically said that chapter presidents cannot declare emergencies. But as I remember, within the powers of the Emergency Management Commission, they're the only ones that can declare emergencies. So I'd like to pose that question to our attorneys, and then from there, I will reserve my time.
You reserve your time at 3:30. All right, Department of Justice, City Council. Are you guys ready now, or you want me to come back to you? IT. Department of Justice needs help getting online. Let me come back to you. Move it on down. Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, thank you for the legislation. Thank you for the opportunity here. Yesterday, what he was talking about, the president mentioning chapter presidents have the ability to declare emergencies, but in all reality, it's the emergency management commission that declares the emergency. I always recall last year, when we had the storm and we had the declaration. Chapter presidents, I had chapter presidents, he declared emergencies, but it was invalid or was not even, they didn't have the recognition that Honorable Key Allen spoke of again. So it's really, there needs to be some clarification, do we need to enhance the law? Because Brother Yinahaloya, I have ruled chapters too. And my chapters know what's going on out there. My chapter presidents know what's going on. Our chapter CSCs know what's going on. And those individuals that we honored this morning, the CXRs, they're a big part of this. So they're the ones that are out there with the information firsthand. And I think we need to have the chapter presidents have that power, not the power, but ability, to give them the declaration, if that so be. Because they're the ones who are on the front lines, they're out there making assessments, they're out there visiting the high-risk patients. And I think that's something we need to really take a good look at, Shnatai. And Shana, I appreciate your legislation, I do support it. There's 7 of my 8 chapters on there. And I'll go ahead and reserve my time, Speaker, but I wanted to make that point about the distinction between local declarations versus Navajo Nation declaration. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Hey, reserve your time at 2:36. Is Office of Management and Budget here? Nope. 1B in the back, North Conference Room. Okay, moving on down. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Attached to the legislation are no resolutions, it seems. Identifying chapter or agency council support, recommendations, or requests for the funding. And the numbers are from over half a year ago, or half a year ago at this point. It's difficult to make an informed financial decision without having current or up-to-date information. And my request would be, before we could consider this, if we could have the September 30th numbers, which I think is referenced in the OMB report, or memo from the 23rd. It says the most recent wind system fund balance as of September 30th, not July 30th, should be used to determine what the actual amount is needed for all 110 chapters. The Auditor General normally provides quarterly reports, so that their system was infected and they couldn't provide the information. But the funding also seems to be arbitrary. I don't know where we come up with $25,000. And I think we need to have a performance-based system here on the Navajo Nation where we analyze our data and we use that to inform how we allocate resources. And absent that information, I cannot support the legislation. There just isn't much in the findings section that actually talks about justification or need or the meaning for $25,000, what that could accomplish. And I think about $1.8 million or $1.4 million, depending on how much will be spent and how else that funding could be used. It seems that the most consistent feature of our discussions on emergency funds have to do with roads during winter driving conditions. And I think, what if NDOT had $1.8 million in general funds? They could set up a crew or agency crews that could do that blading to people's homes instead of being confined by the restrictions on their federal funding. Or what if we had something that was more performance-based with another Navajo Nation program? Lastly, before I finish, I don't see how this funding request is any different from the other issues that our president identified yesterday. Without an assurance from him that he's not going to line item veto this, I see the legislation, if it passes going through, becoming line item vetoed, and then we'd have to start this all over again. So I don't know if the sponsor or the agent could speak with the president's office and get a better understanding about whether this will be line item vetoed if it goes across the street, because that's what happened last year, and there's really no substantive difference. And if anything, there's more information to point to a veto. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 1:40. Moving on down. Honorable Paul McGee.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable presenters, Shna Ash, Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith, all colleagues. I think an emergency funding is very important. The emergency happens. By the time we get some funding together, it's no longer an emergency. This legislation to me is so that we will have funding set aside. Emergency, so then peso trito into aita compasna dole. Nihidene bai titi ne jo a si a bansi case. Ado so asha ni peso 2008 halit ego bahazan hatne. Perhaps these funding should have some type of a stipulation attached to it. Akot erat unde jo exit report at the hatne. How was the funding spent? Hait ego ichos indi peso. Atso chos ido einat a kota yahanahin tego jo hodai bahazan. Do bena idil kita. Hait ego peso chos ido di nida. Hodai bahazan. Einat so sigi bes kongo shi yat e. Some type of stipulation that says this is how this form will be turned in back to us once the project is completed. Aro doti who declares emergency? I agree with Shitsile, Honorable Delegate Freeland. The people that know firsthand about their local emergencies is the people at the chapter level. Oko AD, Ohotlingi, chapter official, Masalago, Yate. Kodetagaho, Zande, Adegi, the Nedan Hitne, Doha Nada, Jodan Hitne. Benigena Anjo Data, the Kuita is Kako Unda, the Kuita the Moda Aleko the Anta, Bikichura Hatishi Hashan Tragi, Johatna. So, if we have this funding source at the chapter level, and the person that declares declaration be placed upon the chapter official, chapter president, we have students that need to get to school. To the main road to catch the bus. Attendance at the school is important. Employees that work in local towns or their place of work, getting to their employment place is important. Our people that have to go to the doctor's appointment, those are important. I don't know veto na hat nesto. Esheda hobe hot be hotni nehedi kodobe has on the east. We are the lawmakers here at the legislative branch. If the executive branch wants to veto our legislation, esheda be pasala. At least we do our part. The nearby indicate even that she the Sabetan or the Tahagi because I will be voting green on it.
Okay, moving on down. Question? Uncle James? Question of privilege?
My mistake. My mistake. Herman Daniel kicked me over here, and I just spoke up. No, I was going by immediate release from the President's office. This was February 19, 2019.
Honorable James, are you on a question of privilege?
But, yeah, just forget it.
Okay. Chairman Hess, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Yate, Bennett, everybody here, Honorable Speaker Damon, as well as Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and sponsor, Honorable Smith. Thank you for considering the chapters, the communities, and we're in the midwinter. We don't know what the next few months will bring and how much snow will be expected. We don't know the forecast. I figured my honorable delegate behind me would say, like he normally says, no, what it on nation and Sunday.
What is an emergency? Something that requires immediate attention, right? Now we don't know what's going to happen with the weather. Now, according to Title 26, it says that the chapter president shall take action to protect the life and property of the members of the chapter in case of an emergency or crisis. Nila? Now, we're saying, Koro, by legal department, we have to go to the emergency management office and then to the president to declare an emergency, and then back to the chapter where the chapter president will call an emergency or special meeting. That's a lot to go through. You know it's an emergency. The Shaw Office of Emergency Management, assessment either late, Hagishi or late. I don't let the Nal Source had and Lago, late Tagahot, Zanos, not at all the what. President by the shot at a declaration emergency either late in others and the Status Johnson Hardy or late. Danson, that's it all late, that's it, that's it, nichts not all late. Voila. That's what we're here for, to change laws, to make laws. It's time that we should reaffirm this here and give it to the chapter president for their local communities. We're going to take too much time by the time that person is perished, floating downstream. We wasted a lot of time. And I think, Koro, I support this legislation here for our chapters, and we don't know how much snow is going to come within the next few months. We don't want our elderlies and folks stranded out there, and we need to be prepared. And also chapters need to finish their emergency plans, how to respond. Do they have their first responders in place? Things as such. So let's take a good look at this emergency situations. I know each one is going to be different. So I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1:18. That, moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Here, Mr. Speaker, Aaron the Point Class 24 Councilman. Aradan Hinadi Kura Arias Kutu, legislative staff, Justice Department. Aro Sheikh Kutu di Nihitades Soziki. Kohot Erelat Anitatin Hilsos. As you by no Italy Zende Kut Ego. Kadita Hunan, Stilchim Bagade, but Tsidia Huntla. Whatever a ventilation. A teeny aid and they was quite manageable. Aid that was before emergency. At the hut in the head, I saw there with the chapter they go and heart between Harvard chapter and Pinion. I could ask now that egg was the Goshikuro or on this case. On this case, and they she could see how it is on recognize. Emergencies immediately, they have to take the attention right away. The night or the name is out up on this case. I mean, not going to this job that is emergency. Open this kitchen. I've done this before when I was riding horse and black. Miss because she lay or she done it, she tried with a because she not this emergency. I lost the chair. I don't ask for approval. I should have things emergency quick. With all this case, I was not on the fancy zone. Here now, take even whole chapter. I need Could they not we need the money immediately? Should this case. As well as July 30, 2019, Indian. I only wish this is year to take information after September 30, 2020. I support this because of the fact that by us taking top that a cover not killed based on loan. I support this emergency. Emergency is important. I'd like to reserve my time. Speaker could have had all this.
Okay, moving on down. Point of privilege, Councilman Gay.
Mr. Speaker, could adding on to the earlier point of privilege, according to the President's quarterly report from yesterday's document on page 44, Department of Emergency Management, number 2, letter B, Navajo Nation chapters have been paid out by FEMA Disaster Fund. Legacy Disaster 1659-1808. Could I request on behalf of the council to get that particular document as soon as possible?
What page again?
Page 44.
Page 44.
Under the Navajo Division of Public Safety.
And what was the number again?
1659-1808.
Did you get it? 1659-08. Okay, thank you. Pat, moving on down. Honorable Stewart. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Sila Arwanda, Mr. Smith, on agent of Arwanda Kodo, Council delegates and the Gleningi, the guests in the gallery. Kodogi, they had the Sigi in support of this legislation. Pape Hada Sigi out these monies for an emergency in each of the chapters is needed based upon the current balances that are there. And looking at the sheet that is on here that has the balance as of July 30, 2019, and then in contacting my chapters, these balances are down to almost less than 1,000 now. And with this snowstorm coming in again, we all know how much diesel costs. We all have graders, farm tractors, those that know their communities. You know how much money it costs to fill up that heavy equipment and what is needed out there. Within the 4 communities that I serve, the terrain is very different. I have to consider that, and I also ask my chapter staff and my officials be on standby. Within Title 26, it's stated in there that as an official, you take the lives and property of your community members first in hand. With that in thought, that's how I remind my officials and the staff there. Within the past 2 snowstorms that have happened, the chapters have made sure that their facilities are open, their motor graders are running, that they have money in there. The community members, every month I go there, they say that I even have a community member that emailed Mr. Silversmith this morning asking for blading of White Clay Road because it is impassable. She almost ran off the road last night. So she's asking for this to be assisted, but because the chapter doesn't have enough money to buy enough fuel again for their motor grader. So we do work with other entities, NDOT, Apache County, BIA, but we all know that they all have other roads as well to maintain, so we do our part. So I support this legislation and knowing that these monies will be used. And yes, there was a similar legislation last year, but that legislation was including all the chapters, even the ones that didn't need the money. And I voiced that several times before too. Those chapters that have over 30,000 those chapters need to be brought back in, or something needs to be done with them, because they're sitting on tons of money. That is an emergency funding. There are other chapters that need that. We say we're here for our people. Well, let's get those monies back and distribute them back to those communities that need it in times like this. So with that, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay. With that, moving on down. Chairman Yazzie, what was yours?
Speaker, members of the council, I guess we're here with us at the chambers and our staff, sponsor, Mr. Smith and Ms. Holgate. Appreciate the legislation in which I'm gonna support. We do, and on the list as I looked, I have all our 6 chapters that are on there. And I just want to say to my colleagues that last council passed the legislation to have all chapters have a emergency plan. And that emergency plan is now law, and I hope Ms. Holgate can answer to this and say that each chapter has a plan. And that's in case if we have snowstorms, flooding, tornadoes, tsunamis, or, for our chapters, then at least the chapter has a plan. So that's in place, and I just want to share that with my colleagues. The other thing is that each chapter is different in as far as the area that the chapter is sitting in. For an example, the RU and all our chapters are sitting at a high level altitude. Below the sea level, we are at least almost 8,000 feet above sea level. And yesterday, coming into the session here, I-40 from Continental Divide was snow-packed and icy. And so where I live at, I could see I-40 traffic. And Monday morning around 3, I looked out to I-40 and saw the traffic was stopped. And so, but when I came to session yesterday, there was hardly anything in Gallup. And so, so each chapter is different. And so I was also thinking that, the emergency calling for the president, I believe it should go back to the chapter president and CSC. But my colleagues, we can change that easily by doing a legislation. I was going to do an amendment, but I don't want to muddy up this legislation because we want it to pass. And so, and if the president vetoes, then my colleagues, all we can do is go back to our chapters and tell our members we tried, but president, we can, with all due respect, point, I won't say that, but we can always say that President Nez vetoed, I don't want to say point fingers. But, for the record, President, yes, we do talk. I mean, we've known each other for years, and, I can try to lobby him and say, don't veto this, Prez, but it is needed, my colleagues, and our grandpas and grandmas out in our chapters, some of them, their only livelihood is livestock, sheep, horses, cats, dogs. And so we got to take that into consideration. We just acknowledged a student that, had care for stray cats, and not the rock band Stray Cats, but, the stray cats and dogs. And so they're vital to our elders, and and so this funding will help them, for hay. And when we go to our chapters, I know their elders are always happy that we brought back some type of funding back to the chapters such as this. So my colleagues, and I strongly encourage RDC to do a legislation. Teamwork that we give the authority for emergency calling back to the chapter pres and CSC, okay? So, and I'll support that. But my colleagues, let's just vote on this and call for the question, and I make the motion to cease debate. Speaker, sir.
of right now, there's 3 individuals who are against the legislation. There's 4 individuals who stated their support of it, and 3 individuals who are up in the air. So there is a healthy divide between both of the. There has been a healthy debate on this legislation. So, Honorable Chairman Yazzie, I will accept your cease debate on legislation 0383-19. Is there a second? Second by Chairman Nino. Cease debate is non-debatable. There are 20. There are 20 individuals on, 21 individuals on the floor. You need 2/3 of that to cease debate, which is 14. This is non-debatable. Go to the board. That are voting right now. 19. We're voting on cease debate. Colleagues in the North Conference, South Conference room on legislation 0383-19. So motion to cease debate. Yellow hair. Motion to cease debate. You have 45 seconds. So it's 23. 23 individuals have voted, so cease debate would be 16. Everyone has voted, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Lock it down.
19-4.
Motion to cease debate passes by 19 in favor, 4 opposed. Speaker not voting. With that, go to the board on legislation number 0383-19 with no amendments. Just amendments that were already adopted that were from Budget and Finance Committee. This is 2/3, colleagues. We do have Superintendent Fowler with us again here today. Thank you, Ms. Fowler, for visiting us again here. Telling me your request is still going over, so your request is, they're still working on your request. So, when you get that, be distributed. 50 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, which way you vote? Green. Well, once. Everyone has voted. Twice. Only 3 times. Lock it down.
23-0.
23 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. Moving down on our legislation, 007-20 is on your agenda. Sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay, was withdrawn yesterday. Moving on down, legislation 0008-20, sponsored by Keelan Begay, was withdrawn yesterday. Moving on down, legislation 0377-19, sponsored by Chairman So, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. That was not withdrawn. Terrell, if you're gonna read that into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0377-19, an action related to health, education, and human services, Navajo and Navajo Nation Council confirming as Dene College student representative, Ms. Lorencita Willie as a member of the Commission on Navajo Government Development. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. This is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Honorable James, second. By Honorable Freeland. Bobby Works. Going once, going twice. We have a player. 20 minutes. Chairman So.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, Honorable and distinguished members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The Navajo Government Development Commission. Na Neshigi Commission, you see a large board and Lina Halo Aya, Quacking the Nel. Arabe is on, he gave a Kaho Aya, Sato. Was Kain Leniki and then college. Aja was Kaigi A, Digi Sato. A Kai. Navajo Nation Council, Nick Keto, without a is on Hadalia, a call Katina Sos, Sabetan Hadita, Nitatun, Sozi, Yasato, Shah, Milatose, Ado Kuja, Deja Craggy, Nitato, Agent Liniki, Sato. Ashibit Yetahatotsis, Beta Yetahatotseto, Kojito, Mr. Edward D., the Executive Director of the Navajo Commission on Government Development. At this time, I'd like to let Ms. Willie introduce herself.
Hello, Yate. She Ada Shidina. She Adona Angelingi, Tohana Nishle, Ado Twitch Eatney Bashishin, Nana Kachini Dashiche, my Deshkishni Ada Shanale, Glacier Gaida, and you see Na Shadow Shiaho, Ado Lorencita Willie A and Shia. Teheling with Dako Bedilgo, the never Otka the Inchka. Ado by Inchka, I in Saha Casey asked all the Nebazad. Ado Otka Banaja Anta Helene de Shagando Shananish Center for Navajo Language Immersion Eba Nashnish. Ado School of Dine Studies and Education Senator Alton Shle A da Otka Agi Basazi.
The D, 4 years. Where's the button?
Good afternoon. Yate, Speaker, Satsele, Aro, and Darakwan, and Oslini Bishwasa on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. around the staff and all thingy, around the koto. I should say sponsor in lagi, around the Benadi and Hinatigi, Kune, only go that was out through the internet. Such a good job that's the like around Nilsson. It orange, around the Twitch in the Shija, the London that should shade, what's on the Shunale. Side cheat has come down, hit out it so. I don't see Nasha. The Kadea, Kwaiki Keoshkedoya, Office of Government Development, RGA, the Commission. Tana Hayeda, that's a staff, I should get as the Executive Director. I just want to say that I support this nominee, Ms. Willie, for a couple of reasons. One is I've heard some extraordinary stories about her in terms of how she decided to return to, well, actually how she decided to enroll herself at Diné College. She's a poster child of a story. Maybe at some point I'll allow her to tell that story herself, but I actually read about it, that story of hers, of how she, as a single mother, and really without any opportunities, read a billboard that brought her to where she's at today. It is a very accomplished endeavor in terms of how she got here. That's one. The second thing I want to share with you, members of the 24th Council, is having been exposed to the Commission for the last 3 years, I find it really unique where there is a voice within the body from a young person. Her predecessor, LaTanya Thin, as well as another predecessors of hers, it has been my experience that when you have a fresh young person, they have a unique lens through which they look at the world, the government, and also the future. So, relatively speaking, the composition of the commission are not only done they serve in different capacities, and in many cases they've served in other capacities as elected official and eventually returned to the commission. And previous commissioners are like that because I looked through their folders of all previous commissioners. Many of them have served as delegates or chapter officials or in other capacities. But in this case, with the young person, they haven't served in any official capacity or body, elected official. So when they come in and they express their issues and concern and debate what's before them, it is quite unique because they speak, one, from an open heart, and they speak into the future as to how they like to shape their future with their generations. So what I ba kunizi to what I shahiat eho what I bansas cast to what I kodo nete for the not society lado on source around I went through HES committee and the Kietki committee what I bahas zidole to and I urge your support in her confirmation. Thank you.
Okay, with that, holy moly. Going full board. Go to the floor, we have a motion, we have a second, and let me go to Madam Chair Carney, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, my colleagues, all of the relatives in our room and sponsor for this legislation, Chairman Shadeja, Ms. Willie. I've been pretty consistent in how, I don't know if you as a potential commissioner nominee have looked at how other commissioners have been nominated. So my concern is off the bat is you didn't really provide your vision being a commissioner for the Navajo Government Development Commission. I'm concerned because that time and opportunity was deferred for another person to speak about you. I also want to know more about you and where are you coming from. This is a short term for you, being a college student, and just how that's represented in terms of the term that you're being appointed to. Because I noticed what the agent said was, I'm gonna allow her to tell her story. And so what in my experience is, as a commissioner, that you should tell your story for yourself and not allow anyone to give you permission to do that. And so with that being said, I have raised to the other commissioner nominees the amount of violence that is happening in our communities regarding women and children, and the role that Navajo government plays in that. And I have yet to really see the commission, the office, really examine that and what that looks like. So if you look at the last agenda for the commission or the office, I was asked to give a report on the violence against women, but that report was one of maybe like 15 reports that were gonna start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And so what type of priority or what kind of determination is this commission really looking at to address the systemic issue of violence in our communities? I also then want to say, with the vision, it's been 20 years of this office. The Supreme Court had just said it has to be the commissioners. The office is optimal. And within the last 20 or plus years, this nation has invested over $20 million into this office. And so there's never really an opportunity to say, what are going to be the deliverables? In our last election in 2018, the commissioners and the office played a huge part in the election. And now we're still in the courts where people are appealing those decisions. So how are we vetting what's being proposed? How are the people involved in some of these reform efforts? And I think those are questions that I would like to hear from you in your background and your experience. And I would also say, as a mother, we should never say we're single parents or single mothers or single fathers. Because when you introduced yourself, you introduced the whole clan system. And don't acknowledge that. Because when you brought that baby into the world, all of those blessings and prayers came with that child. And so I'll reserve my time and look forward for your response. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate your presence.
Okay, reserve your time, 50 seconds, Madam Chair. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yate, Shidei Shishinda, Ako Shadin, Nash Kapasla, Torichin Bashin, Torichin Bashin, Nico Shidei Shishinda, who was in Nivas, Dahaki, Isha Wed, who was in Anastai, Seded at all, who would end of that, and then Gishin with that. So the Yaib, Yajil Kiba, Yaut Zinga, 8 Donan, Akoda, Gado, الكيانزو يعي صار بالشغل دوت ايجو كو يعي كتو يعي إشي أنتي تشتغلني لكم شماتوش جاتو شماسنة دومين ده جو نزا دني بخير بيبتشان زيوهدو يعي شيء أتون ده كواكي بيهوز نجو أخد ده كواكي بيتش يجل كيلا إشي ناتكينشي جنيت لكم نيات إد أخد الجنة جنيت لكم خيها أخد كوش ديجن لي لكم دو خيها دو أكو كأكيد يا أخد يا ننانش أنت دو لكم أكو تين دا تدو تدي يا دا تدي يا باخوني زندان دشيسة زندو يا دي Navajo government development يحكي كوينا خدا شيء يا بن يا بن يا خد ده هدون دي النهوت يخزليهم كأهو جود نيل إيكو زنتو ياكو يا إيكو دي نيجي government دي نيجي نتاكس نيجي نحط لحكي يسدل لازول يه هاشي هوت خايت هوت نات دان لنيجي دو خشي نتيسلين أكو ako apathait adikaki then ninigi kul yagi achos ido ay ila inna dahas tislinko ebik aho eti jid ekaki at ada adol nislati ka ikil hokali kina aslahagi kodo ni ko ebik aho ete dinjid kunza ta hol tishlako kodo ya the neck ashiyat tio tadi kodo ya bena ho niziko ayo shilatico benina additionally DG is really rare to see a person that talks very fluent Navajo language. Yeah, Tioko. I would a bit the way DG that the Jashid a Hashin that not was cut beat the door and the door death neither. What are Ayako? In Junko Behensi, Eshipe, so that's a lead or the in here, Nahoti. Ako Dik at Gunza, the Neshido, and later has sweet Osani, Benabadishkito, Ada Aya, Yadaltia, indeed here, Nahoti, Craig holds the Shadid, Nihinat as Lagi, Piche Nahoti, Hash, I, Hidat Dosnish, Jot Ha at Zin, Jewish Neko, a three-branch government, Ahot Ahodis, Hash Ada Jo is Dosnish, Hash Adosi, Eben here, Nahoti, Nedo Goshi, and Taku, Nata. Nijonedo and Nidedo, Goshin could be in Lavashi, a shadow Nito, Ado Goshin, Hidan Hana, or so the echo, engineers of Sliniki, though in our session of Sliniki, Kedanana Kaki, Johnson, the Hodo, a ship or Ben's case, Nickle, a content here, and the hot, not that Nitha, Nakikon here, and the hot Ega, Nihits East, Quad Aggie, which now with a Ahazin to go after has and Nahoti, the year with Ebikaika, the Dante, as the Edibandene, a Kodo in Zad and hit the half does link Quayan, Adol Chinyas and the Hado that Niso Arkovich and Nahotio that the Ra, Ahot this year, Eshik out every year, John, Yen and Hindas with the Sunny, that's endo. Ado Qua, a yard and then he quack didn't stop it. You would not look Carlon, Esh a cloud up to another D. Haila quack a bear, Chinani on the a dentin is Esh a hardest not or class. And not in bloody giving capital, Esh in an edo. It's a dog, is not a deca. I edit Ella Jumna, a good deposit in this plugin. I edit Jumna, edit a bear, bear his whole guard did no stunning your ass. Juno Yahat, a coevic, Haishanana Tabi, Nadi, yes, a banana to the Siki, and Yahat into the Siki, a to Huye out a young secretary. Junaniki was no luck.
Hey, that. Moving on down. Mr. Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to express my support for Ms. Willie. Very excited to see you come aboard the commission and express what is in your mind, and had the pleasure of seeing you speak before large audiences and also in DC, advocating on behalf of tribal colleges and universities, and specifically our institutions here at home. And I think that it's important that the story, I say it's the story of your life, your experiences, you don't downplay or discount that, and that they're important for influencing how you'll decide and push forward the commission. And I think that you'll do an excellent job there, and I cannot wait to see what you bring to the commission. So, thank you. I reserve my time, Speaker.
You reserve your time, 3 minutes and 57 seconds. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, floor is yours.
Okay, I should tell a speaker, Shishado, Honorable So, Otto Shinado, Mr. D, and Ms. Florencia Willie, I believe is your last name, right? Thank you for applying for this position. I was just now going through all of the information here on your interest in being a part of the government development. I know that Title II subcommittee has met with government development, and we have talked about some of the issues that we are facing, and then just some ideas. I've made it very clear to the past commissioners, and I'll restate it again, that it is our responsibility as delegates to reach out and try to assist and ask for help when needed. And I have done that with government development, and I can say that, you know, all of my questions have been answered. And more importantly, you know, we have had the opportunity to sit down to talk about some of the issues and to try to come up with some plans and ideas on you know, what we can do to try to fix things. The rules that we currently have for council is one of the issues that I'm trying to address. As a new delegate, I feel like there's a lot of rules in here that are not clearly stated. And again, I have been working with government development to address this issue. I appreciate your speaker. You know, it's really hard when there's people in here talking in the gallery. And normally I don't have a problem with it, but I have a goal today, and I'm not ready to compete with other speakers, and I hope that my time will be put back on there. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to please, if you want to have a conversation, take it outside. If you want to visit with people in the gallery, take it outside. Some of us are here to talk about issues that are affecting our people. So if you could please have that respect for me, I would appreciate it, and for your colleagues as well. Thank you.
You, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. Please have that respect for each other on the floor, and then also individuals in gal. I did reserve or put some seconds back on your clock. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Tom. But I wanted to go back to some of the rules, and then also the code that's currently in place right now. If you have any ideas currently of any rules that you think need to be changed, or just your observation of what's been happening here in council, I would be really interested to hear, you know, what that is. But again, I don't really have any other questions for you aside from, I want to thank you for coming back and for doing what you are doing for yourself and for your family, and also, you know, stating that you are a single parent. I know there's a lot of people who do make that statement, and I think that, you know, we all know what that means. And thank you for doing that for your family and for our people. So with that, I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
That is over time with 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Moving on down. Shay, Honorable Kayla McGee, floor is yours.
Shido Okdo, I believe this young lady, I used to be teaching her at Rufford High School. So I'm glad that you're at this level now, Lorcita. Glad to see you again. The Shaft Hande Rufford High School. Koko di that age kodo nhe transit e naching dan do das that dino agoshi yate tito yatahil tele. Encouragement and just supporting this legislation is all I'm asking from the council. Khait ada khaishi khwetchenisen do nihini zindagi 8 ebet la. We always need new mind. We always need new plan. We always need new young individual. You know that technology class and I've seen a lot of the students that I've been teaching at that high school from Rough Rock. And a lot of you always say that I'm a product of our public school, that I'm a product of our public school. Chinle Unified School District. They Rough Rock Community School. A koko di dat Aiden, Nachachine de Ka, and da Kai. How la e kodo, Nihizad, and Denikito, Halit Ali Kodo, not only the Lingo, O baby Kate, the Sing Shohesha away, Shiaja, did all. He caught a deal was a son in it. Honnet na anish, dot or na anish, a son. A hot a, not I, Kodosh Adobe, Nahai Dizing. You're a young woman, not Chin Shin Holdo, but Kinan, Shin Holdo, A Holdo, a did our large Bassan Zindo, the Bay Dizing. Show them you have more than what you have. Johat Nigo, Yeltio, or Honnet Zans and shit. So I just encourage my colleague to give an opportunity to forward this legislation. Kodo, Sato, government development, and get the Niniki, Sato, Hai, the lake, Benachita Kwake, Sa that Asada ye had zero that Beyego, Kodo, na Behoba Washington, the Betzilo, the Ato, Ninko, go attached to. Aquashin li had shin just had the don laid eat aquashin because that with and just hat was need all this. Nan cardi la hat need us. The link what doniki row that need go yet at here. That's the one area that we really need to also continue to keep that in mind. Shanant Anostendiki, a copy Nachico Kodo. We have wait and Denigito, Kudo, Hachin and Denigi, Yego support Ido, a deal, Ning, Benat and Denigi, a Koshisa Zeno. I want to encourage you, Versita, Kudo, Nanish, Benyan Insos, Dog, at Quinzate, Navajo Nation Council, but Ninia, and I appreciate that. And I commend you for that. And I want to congratulate that you have decided to take the challenge. You have a whole lot of years. I've been in this particular area for more than 17 years. You know, the time that I left from the school, that's when that was my first term. Don't need agents. Every day you learn new things. Every single day you learn new things. So that's what I want to leave you with that. I want to encourage you to do your best and also read up on a lot of the areas, have the understanding of working with the government development, the Ndinigi commissioners, and Ndinigi Shinjo, so with that, colleague, I showed in the legislation to support it.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair Cardi.
Thank you, Speaker. My question of privilege is regarding our seniors from Lake Valley. They've been waiting for their lunch, and so we've all been served while they were just watching us eat. When are we going to provide lunch for them so that we can make sure we're being gracious hosts?
Let me stop and work on that. That I did not get I don't think I got a memo from them, but from Honorable Freeland or anybody to provide lunch for anybody except for the ones that were taking down the quality in earlier, Madam Chair Crotty. But if there's any food, anybody that's back South Conference Room, if you can make sure that our elders are fed. Thank you. That, moving on down, Chairman Hino.
Speak your name and could I take the initiative to move forward with this legislation? Ms. Willie, my name is Jamie Hini. do hashlishni shon to the chini was his chin. Talk a clean is a chair that additionally that so even that I just want to extend my appreciation to you for taking this step and to take this challenge as being a commissioner on the Commission on Government Development. And they have a long history as far as when it comes to looking at government reform. But within the past, since 1994, the Hoshtam, their council at that time changed their perspective on government reform to only look at chapter governments. So that's the work of the commission so far, is that chapter governments until maybe this council might change their plan of operation to look at the big picture again. And that's what I'm hoping for from here. And also the other part is that with this appointment, you are the voice of the students across the Navajo Nation. Not just only the Nate College, but you have Navajo Technical University, you have the high schools, because back in 1889, when Title II was amended, they wanted a voice on the commission from the youth and undergraduate. They gave, so even that and you're that voice right now. So you have a big responsibility, and I'm glad that you're looking forward to this appointment for 2 years. And 2 years will come and go fast. As council, we already did 1 year, and now we have 3 more years, and next thing you know, we'll be sitting here campaigning for re-election again, saying that we think we should be thinking about our youth that they know, but the main thing is that we should support this, my colleagues, and I believe you'll get the support of the votes here. And with this, although today I woke up this morning thinking that we're going to do some veto votes in Sahashi. You get this they pulling his legislation. I wasted by 1 bath a month and so for today. So, by even that the Speaker Damon, I would like to call for the motion to cease the debate. I think we have everybody's in support of it. And so we only have 2 more legislations left here, and we can make history by getting done by on Tuesday. So a motion to cease debate. Call for the question, Speaker Damon. I reserve my time.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair Card.
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. Speaker, before you, I'm not sure if there's been a balanced discussion. That's the criteria to cease debate. And also before you recognize the second, I would like my questions to be answered. I feel that there wasn't an opportunity for Ms. Willie to provide any answers. And so in haste, now we're just moving on the debate.
Okay, Chairman Henio, there hasn't been a lengthy debate. There's only been 4 individuals, and out of those 4 individuals, no one has supported an opposition except for questions. So I can't accept the cease debate at this time. Yep. 203. Mr. Jane. We did a good prayer this morning by Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yeah, Speaker, members of the 24th Council, everyone that's here with us again this afternoon, all our relatives that are in the gallery, our relatives and sisters, brothers, nieces, aunts, and that. Although sponsored option,
Chairman So, ado sa Tsilado, Mr. D, ado new relative, Ms. Willie Jadeja, Yad Eko, Kodoshin Belcha Yadil Tito de Johnson, should a she hinshin, Nana be betodni, a watchin, Twatson is che that, Sedish Gizning, Dashan Nana, what Eko, that mention. We had eto quite the confirmation Navajo to the Commission on Navajo Government Development. Sad at say that quite how in the she bear decision so the Bansas case the leadership that's here, the council, the elected representatives, the advocates, the wise men and women that are on the floor representing all walks of life of the Navajo Nation. Yo nsake so nahata ado sepatan zin so the zinat o ayu hotlokwa hota e nashilat yadat ko tsidavats ado o josh ahake e that ensin dida Shidat Anashtaki Adole Bohosha, what I the bench trado, what I the Liach and Dish, really, Benata, the season, Shido, what up, Adi Anashta, they live in Liach Dish, so they are Nashta, ready to listen, ready to learn from my colleagues, because they're the leaders, you know, the people that vote them, put them into office, they made a wise choice. They prayed about it. What that? Bahatzotle, Kodani, Ishit, not Ani, Infinant Adanla, Adotana, a president or vice president, Dobazani, Dotanvan, Ashtodananda, Adabats Ado Oho, Ishi, Tisanitso, Nihinanish, what area, Jitons, Washaja, Lone. Nitsa anti zakwina radashim anine a kwiche oho a bahaza ano di nahoti ndahasti shinan ado pasada hono adole beso that edo nahata. Those are issues, those are yes concerns or questions, sometimes controversial, but you learn from them. It's ado oho So in short, he said that the oho after the edi in na ahadavshinti akwichino akodo vansas kis even yanashta ohosha. Nana, the other thing I want to make, other point was nikitjo chupetsado ohosha ko anazta ako shishin tosetsado etahosha Johnson lo akoteko. So as a student representative on the Government Development Commission, I'd like to personally offer you, my support and encouragement. Also, at any time, feel free to call, feel free to email me with your questions, with your concerns, to get some of that feedback. And I would also encourage the council to make themselves available also to any member of that commission to be of service in that way, to the institutional knowledge that's here, the amount of wisdom that's here, the insight. Very powerful. Adahol just your khati shi what egot ni nanta ta night no be when so has season nanta.
Okay, moving on down. Honorable Paul McGee.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't say the legislation that on the source. I don't say the Shamaya that and ego ia kehgi kut echo cheke ba zolnigo adot selkeda ba zolnigo Batsal nin to adoleta ni ligi dalle. To di del ti dalle. Di che no na shingo. Shila. Oh, esto. Bitte nicht. Eschini, Ashin Satis Kezi. Okot Egi, Chikani Nagai. Bitte Hoye. Belagana Bazato, the Nebazato, Bashan Klagi. Hadeshi Nagagi, Don Nan Zengi. But says a trant do yayo negi, Ebitoye. Shady Hotanish. It's a learning thing. Die at die Osthandle, at die Bensakis, the Tode, no sel. Die aber auch die Ohnel, Nigoban, sie Kissigi, do Hoteda. Bin nicht die Hotada Hos, Joginetle, bin Strachone. Je nach der Hotos, Aro, I don't bezieh. I don't know. I saw na shasa she be a hos at Nigo. She not this did over until Sebenachago, the care hasti. Near Mother Yana stay ego. This did over a slap. Benachai, near Mother his end legal. I don't tell Obetzik, Obila. Nothing wrong with saying I'm a single parent that makes you strong. My mom was my mom and my dad for 45 years. And that strength was instilled in her, knowing that she has to do double time to raise us 9 children. Yo just khande. Yo benashnishle. Shitla Ashtamchi. Yego Jilt Donald Society, Benach Ed has a need that you're left a Jinta or Jilchin that I at Joe, that's your culture. That's who you are. I see this in this young lady. Nich the nan of the became seat single yat. Betani Bentil no Nasquil Ingo yat. I don't like in it, Limus Allo. Quashi. Quot age the Hilles that dish a quash on Sinchanido. Joe horse are hindle. Asaha la bear where alone. Bear where that but now they got Asaha. Yes, dog, Hagishi, your castle. Na nishabe yani isni haidi lai olka oyi isni api dahnata chiyan asaha is chiyan ni isni asaha is. That's strength, that's power in that woman or that man if the man is the single parent. Asaha sha achna kikunash eshu the kushish nachai adot eda. Obesazila oshila. I Chile, los Carles Sunday, Bishikiti Ash, Aron Daina, Amato Jenny, Tlonchini Ash. I think we need to support our young people. Because it's Zingo. What ego, not ni Zingo. We as leaders need to support our young people. Here.
Honorable Otto.
Yeah. Chokudo Dashin so Benyashi Hatin La Do Bansidin Case Do Hanjin so Shinin the Imla Do it's Ade Halit La Yat Ne he gets 8 of the dog cut. She wants in case Adon the an the nanis ego, late ego, la yan ado which nation that is it on than the mado in shade on masan nada keda ben rehes jodo, but eshibe, ninne be hada ego be, ban sitting case. Halit ego lakuji ha iyago be the net an kate e with nahat ba kujin dot ye naji zot ido the dot ka ede ya ede ban ta kiso awata shi ha in la don't for net za kode ta de ni yana bi ya ki nak ajin hiti hain de donda do schnera nak ajin ha jo zinde ajola ta bi che aki hinne do de to nat an zabe hadith hada ensin benina dishkeni an lede ta des ide huyaho شهوت بهجيات حزابه the neban zahkis do the nebin salag bjay salag bejnas ehens we ego hota hay salah hay khaydisin hota shini ya rahus khane la shit na adin hota njahat zait ma nche namasan nalda in the district kodabila khat na hlo bikin yado khaj khasenya jo shi na se be the neban ba ban sun case only the next case ego ban so of course the next case okay na shi mohanet za that asas lag the yego na kha ban shit only o children it you khaki the neck but bears on it but hot us lag make sure you protect the matriarchal part of Navajo way of life or children it's a done lady. The never bears on it, but tons of late that is it. Haman leaning. Hamaya had a yaki. But away the chair of a man, then I don't know, dance they delay. A bias to protect that line. Codone knitted, nothing, need. Nay, I did, no, not each. Or children, it's the Yego past here. In not yet, it's the Yego, but Chanten Nenson. I showed in Habit Assen Zidole. Now here, the question is, I get a dancing kiss. Hadas at a shinje with a large and jedoli. Or children is the Yego Bansala. Even a hache with me. Hache leaning. The Yego Bas Lord answer. Or children teacher. Dohanas and either. A my son, Dodge his yaki, Doshia. Behind the na way or no. Baby doesn't Joshi, none can do it. So, has your baby yap this? I know that. But I mean, that's cool. I never thought about my state or here.
Hey. Hey. Moving on down. Honorable Brown. Floor is yours.
Ayate, Speaker, Ado Beshmasan, other question na di de sa bedo na di ay hadan la other ben dashnish other yat Miss Willie Quagin jono na ka de la comments le de na college the nebizad ya be cases and the no ko ayat ado la abada hasan celebit the shnon jono ko na ila James McKenzie jono na hada hasi ako ho that no she at I think that really shows your character ako I support you 100%, but my questions is more on the other side of your future job and what you're going to be doing. Ako التهجي يا خائلة إنا نشبه صلاة Navajo government development خائشة خليت أخذت عدو خائش بنا نشدت ناس ديس إن I think the Navajo Nation, we're at a critical time. Whether sometimes, I'm saying this because I was talking to some youth about language. We're at a critical time because we have language loss. And the nation, what are we doing? And the other thing is our way of life. I think you observed us in the gallery, and I'm interested to hear your response. Maybe it's not a wise thing to do until after, but I'm thinking, like, what are your thoughts on how we're doing on the council floor? How am I doing? How would you grade the current system right now? What would you make changes? How are we using our time effectively here on the council floor? We as other departments, and that I'm looking at government development. I'm looking for a website, and I guess government development does not have a website, not that I can find except a Facebook page. But the other thing is, we're going to be facing a huge revenue loss, and as the different offices around the nation. What would you and your members do, your commission do, to ensure that government development keeps getting the funding? And I think, how would you show the work? I mean, looking at the current chapter structure, I had a young person, a college student, actually come to me and say, you guys are still using an outdated system. I can't just go online, I can't do this. Even the election, I have people calling me asking, can I just register online? Can I do this? Can I do a lot of stuff online? So a lot of it is we're still kind of in this old system that is really severely outdated. There's these big changes within our Navajo Nation government. And I would really like for you to stand your ground and ask for those. And that's something that we've said that through new lens, through new vision, thinking creatively. Cases, but let me reserve the rest of my time. Yeah.
1 minute, 9 seconds. That, moving on down. Honorable Stewart.
Aro kodo do fish masan lead the guests in the gallery. Aro kodo do shana do Mr. D. Into that kodo do Miss Willie. Ako kodogi I am in support of your legislation, and the reason why I say that is because D kodo niji that kedahat inegi. The quiz kana hai da shi kodo Department of Education through their surveys the Sawmill community has the most community members that have attained a doctorate degree. For a small community, including a professional bull rider, an individual that I have watched grow up through my former work through Office of the Indian Youth. I know this community well. I am proud to represent that people from there. They are a hardworking people. They ask each other for help. They support each other in everything that they do. Their chapter meetings, their planning meetings may be small, but yet they come together. Despite them being sanctioned for so many years, look at where their youth have gone, how they continue to strive and be the best that they can be. Also through these individuals like that, the community members like that have come together. And I always say this here and with people that I see, is that there was a council delegate from there many years ago. And those that go to my current church know that individual, Mr. Hola, who stood here talking for his people, saying that his children and grandchildren, his community members, would one day be sitting in this chamber. Like other leaders have said in the past, I'm sure it just wasn't him, but there was other leaders that probably said it in the past as well. But he is one of the many mentors that I look up to when I sit here amongst my fellow colleagues. So I want to say, through those teachings and through those morals, that's where I come from, and that's where, my mom comes from as well. This community here, we talk to each other about kinship. We talk to each other about how to support each other and be there for each other, whether it's being a single parent or not, a family, that is your community. You are there to support each other and to be there for each other. And I was always told by my mentors too, remember, your community members, that's your, not Ani. You are just an elected official. You voice their concerns. So on behalf of Ms. Willie, I encourage you to support this legislation and I thank you for your taking this role on and for doing what you want to do to be a better person, to know more about Navajo Nation government, to learn along the way, like many of us here are doing on a daily basis, which has been expressed through my colleagues. So thank you, Ms. Willie, for all that. Kura?
Okay, moving on down. Uncle Daniel.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Thank you. Aronan Kurosnata, Mashaniki Koto, his staff, Arunda Koto, Hinahas Tanko, Koto, Aruk Koto, my chair, Koto, the delegate chair, so Koto, Koto, Source Koto, that get that source go along with your agent, Koto, Mr. D. Koto, Koto, my brother, Arunda Koto, Hashita Keshan, Klona Shada, Adona and Linito Nana. Dan Shedo dan Nalada sheep dan need Koto. I don't actually but I did, but I mean Schledida. I don't know Hashlida a get a hit the snake or the Hawasanda. Hashlidina, so you know, the Hasling got a honda. Oh, I don't know that's a Kitchini. That's a Nalagate got so. I don't know that's a Chegi toy head leaning. That like on the way down Monmouth Valley, Utah. I'm the only delegate from Utah. The Twitter council, there was two that way down. I appreciate the legislation you done. It's also good on the Kodo. Bonet Zansenho. I don't know. Council Kodo Betrashal. Yana Stato Betrashal. Kodo Dana 2024 Council. 24 council delegates need Lidigi. Bitrash Hallo. Zala Betsida Janide, a Lata Nahas Tranhodida. Ada Queen, it's Hidal Gredidka. I see good on the race, Latin, the Wisha. Niheda, I get the Quisha, the Quinil, Taya Kodo. Skinas twin day, yo, but I just can't did. As twin nas, they get him not on it all. No, that later I died there. I call. I don't understand that you and Shamahu the Welsh later. Though all 3 on either said, no, that the Welsh is going now. The just can't go, but they see the Lauda and it was just Yego, Lauda, Nihili Garty, they got his word just get the Yego Lau, and now the Yego, he dead, got no settle youth, baby, and how they get. What is it that I don't know what's a nice I don't know, and I think this page. It should have yours in the Diego hit that bootleg in that hit that. So, what all I see, what all and how be cutted. Says Kato J. Agil Dagi, Ados to the sun in it, Lenegido, and Nasi, Legido, a hotel. I don't know, actually, as adults, easy to Yabach and how take a hello there. So it is she has a hope. I don't know what to. The data should head as she says and do what them nominate in the Iliad or what I can confirm and il net today. She says the data should head a hidden that deal Nishkudo, Jukudo, and Ray Nos Session, Lenigi, Baby Jane, how the Ishin could do a Satushinha, Banant Ido Leshkudo. By Anskid or Lescodo, Adonana Codo, an age at Agudo, the Zada Eojos, Zada Eojos, a Sabish Dokar, at no Nantin, date a Aniot, Din seat Zingid as though also better Hanils and the data. Every day at all, Betawila, Sada Hashit, Eshinan Alzilla, Benada Willa, Adonal, Sada. Nihimasan and Hitchi and the Haske, Keda, the Sade, are the question they don't tell you, Nasty need Jacob, Clay, so we have all the Ayagi. But Skina, the Sade, and states, you're nice now. So says and give one stego, are the question you had at Sihone, Nagaidam, Skina, the Sade. So could on the Gaidam, moving forward, could all them, Zada of Shilhead, I in favor of this legislation, could all. Naswadil, Neto, a hidden that is Neshkudo, Eotama has seen on it. Thank you very much. Speaker.
The Honorable Daniels, that moving on down. Are we Gene So? The floor is yours.
Shela, Hana, Naha, Chana, this least no Shinha, Nahenia, Srida went so Krania. I should not hold a shaban case of it. He additionally a council delegate this state, and that was best kit on the snow. And now Ige, yeah, I'm limited. I'm not that much 100% have that authority to be a council delegate. A bonds in the case of the need research daily. LDA Joanne Detman. Besnahashne. See now the Nesha is the law. I'm violating the rights. See how she that was such a corner hole is council delegate Lenedo. Or zone Hayan each division, each department. And that has eat on happen that I should have done it, which should be right. It was on that he just as each standing committee that oversees divisions or departments, entities that the enterprise. On that he just us sometimes we don't know what's going on in there. When we get asked questions from the chapter, don't expect the husband the shop. What in he has this government. Ask it out had a high ago. She at the speaker in Hasata, Anit E Koto Yelti, in each division and departments. Quid Anit E Kest Eya Konahata, Dosahot, Etotaya, Dosahotata. Some of the standing committee also has a final say-so, final authority. Data. It's missing, we're missing the people's rights. Think about it. See, and the whole it. These are I got Chinley. Pretty sure Mr. So here and then Mr. Newton, Miss Newton. They got bigger chapters that has everything in there. Education, health, you name it, we got everything in there. That's the division. So this standing committee, I don't think it's made for the Navajos, because we don't speak for the Navajos 100%. Certain things were limited to it. So even now, it's really, really critical for the voice of the Navajo people. We don't have it. So we need to get that back for the people. That way we're 100% consultative. And we don't have a limitation. We're not limited to anything. Standing committee, on the greatest is start, should you just sit there like you're just outsider. They don't recognize you. That's not what we're voted for, and that's not what the people want. I want to be a council delegate, 100%. In any division, I want to have my say so. That's what I was elected for. So every night I have no but other than this by your confirming they call because on it is 92 Navajo Nation Code subsection 972 each county has its laws. So we're going to be discussing that.
Okay, move on down. We all here. Where's yours?
Speakers, out of 24 Navajo Nation Council, good afternoon. I don't Honorable So, I don't Tate, Clean Aji, Ken, Rosita, Willie. Shadow, so Johnny at Onakin Linda, connected Navajo Government Development, Bittens, Nashiki, Dilna, Bay Nal Yahid, Nebanat, Yahiki, Arts for Lamb, that Tiki, and revising that the Nepe jurisdiction, the changing the boundary line, the Nebanat, councilman, Chihunata, Negatahunata, later 48 Ani, the Nebe, Abi, one J. Aja, the Thai, Nanshan, Little, the Joe, Nebkishian, Kilarazi, Johnny, Nebeza, Ajbudet, the Garlic, she has to be with Aja, the Nebe, or tradition, but cultured a Arado, he recommendation, not Daliala. Johnny Asiat Argentina need on a cut. Shero Trabe, they Sinton, Kodoshi, the net and negotiating a patient yet and the Bazaar, the Intlanishi, Archbasins and Nigishi, Nijos, Nato, Nato, Slick, Yahoshi,
يعني شيء هو تيابا تيستي نبز زاري ترى تيسو فبيهون زا بيهون يارو له نبج كو عادي بس نتان شيء عصر نك شيء تاسكيو بس يا خنا نك خطولة أنا أكل يا تو خياس تسوي عن بو سو كرو نحن أجي كيات إنجنا بعد تيلك شلون بيدري جتوا كجرين دولة توجو إيش بيانا نلتي دولة yeah thank you speaker.
Hey, with that, thank you, Honorable Yell here for that comment. Moving on down, Honorable James.
Go fight wind, Ocean, what are you not stolen? She has it. Just fight it, move on. It's good strength for you. With that, I'd like to make a motion to cease debate.
Okay.
Call for a question.
Motion to cease debate. Okay. Motion to cease debate. There's an overwhelming majority for support for this legislation. So I recognize your motion to cease debate. Honorable James, is there a second? Second, Honorable Wilson Stewart. That, there's no debate on the motion to cease debate, so go to the board. Point of privilege by Madam Chair Connie. There's 18 on the floor right now, colleagues. It'll be 12 to cease debate.
Thank you. While we're voting, Speaker, I don't mind the cease debate. I would like my questions to be asked, to be answered. So while we're voting, can the nominee answer my question regarding the violence against women?
Nominee I have no problem giving the time.
She had shed it, Amber Crotty. She yasani do at ake dona ba hoyo zintagi fashion net do should be without one's case.
Okay, there's 1 minute left. Point of privilege by Eugenio.
While we're voting, just wanted to recognize this young lady to my right in uniform, right here. Brave young lady. She's out there guarding us and protecting us. I just want to recognize her. Thank you for being here, officer.
Okay. 29 seconds. Honorable Alma Brigade, Honorable Daniel, Chairman Nez, Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Walker, Honorable Wanika. $16 seconds, 15 colleagues. Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Wanika. 5 seconds. Locked down.
21-0.
Vice Chair Smith, which way do you vote? Green. Honorable Nico, which way do you vote? Green. 23.
23-0.
23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking of voting, motion carries to cease debate. That, go to the board on legislation number 0377-19. On 50 seconds, we're voting on legislation 0377-19. Alderman Freeland.
I just want to say thank you, Shanata, all of your staff for helping us get lunch for the Lake Valley Senior Centers. They're enjoying their lunch right now from Denny. So thank you, on Sago. Thank you very much for helping us out today. Eddie, Chair, Speaker.
Okay. That, I see that everyone has voted. Go ahead and lock it down.
23 to 0.
23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Congratulations. That, moving on down, legislation 0380-19, sponsored by Keon Begay. Mr. Botero, if you could read that into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0380-19, an action relating to Resources and Development Committee and Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving the uranium cleanup position statement. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. This is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
The motion. Motion. Motion by Honorable Brown. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Motion by Honorable Brown. Second by Honorable Paul Begay. That. Carl, press the button. Okay, with that, we have a player. I'm Keon Begay, 20 minutes.
Yeah, the legislation, and I'm thinking the legislation 380 19 not so lindigi kodon hitahan so I don't know if Mr. Whaley or the UN Commissioner, Director, Nona, or the AML are in the audience. I don't appreciate but had I saw Z and I not lindigi. I don't email to kodon hitchahotashla. First of all, I just want to say that uranium is critical. The situation on Navajo is very, very, very critical. The legislation niki during the Navi, I made recommendation. Maybe in the subject, put the legislation number and start a conversation how we could improve this legislation if you have a problem or concern of how the position statement or the language is proposed. But I did wrote an email to Mr. Whaley and others. Email exchange Halet at a legend so being Saskation and Arnold. Let me set aside the legislation again. But Kodo be has an in Hinanish in the Gila Quinzat the Besnida Koko Kanal sauce, kan sauce hat no ban ilta. Jo ek an hitch a huslash and no seniki. Halet ela. This goes with the same situation with the override legislation. One directly coming from the local chapter, another coming from the executive branch. But yet at the end, so I'm beginning to be in the position that it seems that I'm forwarding legislation without their input. But that's not the case. Introduced earlier. This legislation was introduced, and some of them are supported by the uranium commissioners, or this document is directly coming from the Navajo Nation EPA office. But yet, so if you look at the comment period, no one have made a comment on this particular legislation. If it was that much of a concern, legislation introduced each legislation. By the time we get to this, I just want to clarify that. So, the legislation is in your hand. But the bottom line, RDC had made the effort to go to Washington level, asking them directly that 300 plus uranium site still hasn't been addressed. It hasn't. Brother Yahadzi, Mr. Naz, so this simply is saying that this is our position as Navajo to the federal government. That's as simple as I can say that this is the Navajo Nation's position in you, federal government, in part of it, in the trust fiduciary responsibility, and all those companies that had extract uranium on the Navajo Nation to come back and clean these up and also address the health issue of the Navajo that were affected. Cancer center da sa kodo ndo jo isiki te niniki do da kodo sata be hadna kodo change ordna da. It can't be amendable. Don't get recommend ishla. This is from last Thursday. It's been almost 6 days, or more than 6 days, I'd say. But yet nothing. Do we truly understand the issue about uranium on the Navajo Nation? But yet, some of the federal government, Region 9 and so on, my position, and I will continue to say this, is that my position that our own Navajo Nation government should be in the driver's seat in managing and getting the assistance from the federal government and the EPA region. We're not saying that they should be out, but they should be here, providing technical service, technical advice, providing assistance to the Navajo Nation in addressing the uranium. Ako aki giti ano seniki. Ako benacha kodo on hingi honashla don le. Kait ashi o sehegiki. But personally, of what I've been going through in the effort of the chapter that we represent, Claim 28 in Tachi Blugat, Yego Kodo the Neyas, Yahadatse, the commissioner, Sato Ado Kodo, Shamabe the Shnigo Aji Tahasatam, Miss Safrina Nez, Baman Lingo, Miss Nez, E Kodo, Yego, and yet Hati Yado Tatagaku, Hunza the Conchish. Shanand ano fleni the dik a kojiye go komben hiche na hot eki na haba nat atit a khota hot and hisnini kit o ho you kholong go and the chapter go tada dik khage a ko halet a le dik a kodonal sosn la ho federal government to keep it khoti nisanke at sanati na a ko ebe ben na chodo. But I did say to Miss Nona to say that Ishanshi na stopat ki hindoka, Ishanshi stopat ki hindika. But Adam is not the need just wish that with those. And I'd like to give them ourselves 30 days or even less. I mean, why is it that they came together to get this done? Ha'ilabin nala, ha'ajashan. Ako dit ego go konkat besbans anni klinikin hitten ne ya ki koda bekhait setop in yakoda yita koko o ishi aji hi da baneta behes ani ati in chia da shil khas ar da hot eda adon hil khon da do shil khanneta khayshi khudit akhla ako kha isbin yedi ego go assignment da atad ne do public statement da kodo bin ye na has ago goto cho ida. So how long are we as Navajo Nation government continue to just let this be the situation be as is? O khotahot ego onas holjish. Ako ben nachiko kont asho da on hidini dolde. Ben nohato peo sinko kohit ego go ekwa aki kitik at uranium. Said sohatniniki. I'm not just talking about the Chinle Agency, I'm talking about all the 6 regions, from east to west, from north to south of the Navajo Nation. So ben nachiko konkat ashaya trustee, but there's billions of dollars being allocated. Means so koded ajashi beta inish go kote nhet ashaya one trustee phase 2 hodjish. You wait go konkat nhan sahakes hat nikle hashit out an hihiki dit ego chatan dit khashibet to jor ken ni khata. So ben nagoshnant no stingit au ashode de open hichanana sit all day. I sure would like for us to pass this position statement, refine it as we go, but for us to table it or defer it off the agenda. But again, I invited them to be here. All those individuals. So hey, legislation is coming up. Hey, Ayla, Joten. So what does that mean? So once I get back to my chapters, I'll probably be told that, hey, alit aron haba nantin hastat atit ahohot. Oh, hayujibe nahot egit kadadana o yat ehunda hastra. So just imagine those open areas. Not that there's not that it's not that there's AD, those that are exposed. So Ela was pentic at Aji Hot, I quake, George, that not in Nippies, Ochatne. commissioners that led in the administration like at no that na 1 year. Kadishi at the end it's that's the main thing I wanted to stress. But again, I leave this up to you. I just forward all the emails of what is being exchanged and what is given to me. But personally, I'd rather have this be passed and forward to the federal government to say that this is the position and this is the area that we're dealing with and this is the area we want you to help the Navajo Nation resolve all those uranium issues on the Navajo Nation. So what ego kodo bahasit of Mr. Speaker do shnant of denigi do shik of denigi adenshita is not did aid the nahabanate said so hat nego go kwaki ben ni ta go lat Washington then e kodonal hospital what is listed nigi date at the so hey ben dilnish ben dilnish nahada what the nose zin do what the hot haki our congressman, congressional delegation from the 3 states, the 2 senators, hashtag led the Washington, the Dosaton Haya Yatkita. So what that age to a is even yet other. So Kodon need out Kodobe need Bay Zeki other Yahadid Soto Shohe, eat out Nahote other, Dika Nabe Hon Lingi Saton Handa eat Nisiki Aden Haba Yatki, to the Nisiki at Stop Dida. So when Nachishnan of Denigit Obana is this Kandolito, what ended on each Honashla. So, Mr. Speaker, that concludes my presentation.
Hey, Jay, let me go ahead and go to the floor. Ms. Slater, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Shlash. I originally was going to motion to table the legislation to permit the involvement of the executive branch working with you, but I think you raised some very important points about discussing this right now and whether we should move forward. So I'm not going to do that to permit this discussion with my colleagues. I would like to speak to a couple points, but mainly I just want us to be mindful as a body about our relationships and how we allow ourselves to be treated. And that can be with each other and among the branches. The foundation of any good relationship is communication, right? And to have communication, you need to have honesty and respect. That needs to be the foundation of how we consider our legislation and how we communicate among the branches. And I think it's encouraging that over the last few days, last day, we've spoken about how we can reinvigorate our relationships among the branches. But it's very dispiriting to not have any representation from the entities that were desiring to table this legislation here. And it calls into question the seriousness of those requests and how they're engaging with them. Because we all know we're all just one person. And we rely so much on our support networks, whether it's government programs or people, our workers in the communities and our constituents, which is exactly as my Fna'ash spoke about today, the ones who have to endure and live with the legacy of mining and the failure of their own government to advance it within the last 50, 60 years and make progress on that. So at this point, I'm supportive of the legislation, but in that spirit of working together to understand what maybe the technical corrections are that may need to be made, and if there's some advice from the executive branch, I think we should welcome it. But at a certain point, I think we have to really reflect on the sequence of events and not to dwell on them, but to think about how we started our Monday morning. And was it based on open communication, honesty, respect, engagement? Or was it intimidation, fear-mongering, and a lack of deference to a co-equal or more equal body? This is the governing body, and we identify these positions on behalf of the nation, gathering the input of all of our constituents. and deferring to those who have the expertise. I look to Honorable Delegate Crotty, I look to Honorable Delegate Kial and Begay, who have been very effective advocates regarding uranium. I'll never be the expert you are, and I'll never have the same vigor, but your passion inspires me to want to do more for your people and for all of our people. So thank you, and I reserve my time.
Observer time at 1:38. Moving on down. I'm Begay.
Speaker, yeah, Nana, I know that, like I mentioned, Speaker, I wanted to introduce two individuals. Ashbiga. Okay, down.
Good time.
Together, she then not any kind of Sunday. She may as well be the snake. She nodded and long. I call Ajay. It's Adi Shantako. I have a lot of respect for my Shemaya and Lindy as a Anna Fraser, the net care to Ajay that Tahako Ajay. She nodded Lindy Ajay is standing long that the Ajay that they can't nodded and long. It's Adi Kako. She Mayaji is in Anna Fraser. I call Ajay. I don't know that Shemayajanan, Torich, yes, team from Monday, Arch with Chido, Shemayaji, Edo, Laurie Goodman, Edo, the Necker, when he has Hana easy, Shemayaji, Edo, Javeda Haseko. Every time they shot, has Twisani, no, that they cover. I really respect them. What are the answers? Case go. I can't. Go. I don't. But I just keep doing this. Do. She's selling. Then get do the uranium. Say so. The get to issue. Had it. Had do. Had it. At do. Need. So it. Yes. Here. Joe. Had eight. Ko. Do it. In do. Had that. In. Had there. So that eggy ya yeltiko. Kadoya de ya don bear I think so the ya at shitsele key in the yestki. As all seasons did the neck a shot of Kajalo, she harbor Bahas Adolith. Joe at the snake, we don't really use the fundamental law. Jay no, but you had to have a protocol to do that. Bahas on the hodlo. Edi Krag Bahas on the hodlo. Jody Neko. That's a bit skeptical. They thought, what today need all continue Bahas on it. Tyro, keep a car. A call, but the gun and Lido, I don't know the hold Shiki. He's still sent Jot that you need a call Jot and so on says Kisco, I'm willing to help you. What Danzo what are the Bebka that you need and so on says Kisco, Silico, Edeco, I've been on this kid, I can help you out. Let's go. Once of the speaker, reserve my time.
Time at 1:55. That moving on down, Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, Speaker. Not key. I don't know Member Council the Nigi and Mr. Whaley. So thank you for joining us this afternoon. I don't guess in the gallery non the legislation negation. I believe that although we want to move forward with it, I believe that it's going to be better. Shana ayat eho ashedel yao. I'll say that I'll get a answers question now. Men general ist etwa die Listo, bei Nassen nach der Listo der so. Und aber answers case, Aro Kodogi lo eya chapter dagi la constituents nandinigi beshicha hadas the this past week in Yada. The legislation igi ashhora ahit ada ashtada don't lila atske alsati shadot need. Okay, John Shiba the strong is going to come back before us this week, but they need Shashi halit out a shana be jahadis to let the snow. Ako cut out a Ida Garden community members and then Ida without Oyo Yansadak if that law from the community. Ako put out a Bansas case without a Benny Hilna Hashnando. Of course, na shora kudo e and jeno sheda de nitho jeno nasa ebe de nitho le so aro kudo so e like we always say through our committee law, the directors and the employees ye agenda this year nan shede and ye yo beta hazan hadi abe sheda dot and have them correct it, have them do what needs to be done for it to make it stronger, to put those words, those phrases in there. بتزيلو أن هذا أجداد ليلو بالنشقة إياه هو أدادي ليلو لتوبي كيتسي زيلو للإنسان أو كان صابين جهاسي بيبي هذا يستطيع الإنسان شناي. Reserve our time, speaker.
Okay. 2:52 on reserve time. Mr. Stewart. That, moving on down. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah. Shadayaja, Ada Kodo, my colleagues, Kodo, yeah, Kodo, Kegibeda, Kodo, Adonana Kodo, legislation Kodo, he does so as Gito, I see, by Kale Kodo, Sasazanigi, I see, those stable by heads, Kodo, Kodo, Nanigi Kodo, and now even National Kodo, a to the I see them. Nas Adia, the Reda, Kea, Nas Ada, Bendas, the Gito Ibanate, Queen Ahena, she joyed in Dashnish, Doshin Hodada, say, it's Ado, Kada is dead, don't let it know that she made them a Dashnish, but this cheated, I see, became a Kandalte. Adonana Kodo, when Sasazaniki, Adonana do Ashte, but other families. In Monument Valley, Cove area, Cameron area, out of New Mexico, Gilo Hadata. And I stayed out of Dida. She says in the game what I did. Shamados Zehlon Hall Jish. It's not on not uranium. Shamasana should say. Shanala has Tishnala as Zudat, what's not on all day uranium. This Jida Kodo, Big Kane Kaida. But Slado Hashin saw Kida Hadilti. Slado Hashin saw at seeds in the Etrananaga. At Kato had seed, Ibelkai, Katida. Uranium, it's Slado Dida. In Manama Valley, or the Yego, Bendashnish. Bendashnish Yego. Adonadish Chida, Kurushuchia, John Anita, the way I was Edad Yada. Shawa Adante. That you know, what I did now, later, because that should have yosha, see that should have yosha. So what that has at the real, at the Huisago, she came on Senegi, Dinos Sagi, to could have an 8 in the Gikodo, which was and it's unreent, it's what other Hadan, the Lego, let's all Gagi. I call up an 8 on that deed, but these shade Quaggy, Ben the Dashigate position statement. Dre could in Hio Kale also couldn't he does again could a cocodo, Bana Oshkato left to my colleagues could I see could be candy, Katonal Sosagi, Naspadil, Nato Nat Sosagi, Naspadilne. But I see could a Nahabain Tido let go. I don't know this cheat could actually isn't that shaggy. Abattown that shake at this cheater. What the ones that it hit the whale jish. So that Kokodo, Adonana the Schnitzer, Monument Valley, yes, that's the most beautiful place on earth, the Schnitzer, but it's also affected with uranium. What they call Yego, which in Hoti, uranium, I see. Hit add, but it's in Hoti. So Bahade Sego, so a one for a Bahasido, let's go to Oshka. Some areas throughout the Navajo Nation, but Ad Jarago, beaten Jarago, which by husband, beaten Yago, which by husband, what I did. I see China is nanigite. I see China is nadida. Uranium behind oh, ayona fish nadida. Uranium to a long sham. And that's a Honda, then saw the Bansas case. Shamado Shed as it at the Hallon, then saw the Bansas case. A Hodi would answer each case gate or did. So I need Hodo, Iona is now. Uranium bahats, Iona fish, Nashazando. So I could always can't be Kahodo, as another harder, but yet he could. I don't know, I said, oh, Hadil, so stored. I don't know, I see could have been cases in it, just as Zendo. What's in the way and that's taken out, I could have been able to shut the need or the water, I could go. Because you don't have answers, case could have not be in my position, persistent statement again. So I don't have a seat or like speaker, reserve time. Well, 18 seconds, never mind.
Serve time, 18 seconds. Moving on down. On what to so.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Though, China, though, sabe, tanah di ahi, though, be, dati benin yahigi. I think so, though. So as aje, navigiyaki. Nahan jish. Ako andi di yahiyado tata Ko ni never Washington as again na copycat. Ni hibishman sa anni clean ni hinan ni. We do our work as tribal legislatures. Create laws. Approve them. Whether it's policy, whether it's appropriating funding to programs that should be taking the lead to bring these policies forth. We as council, we do our work. And to get to our federal counterpartners up in Washington, you get to Washington, you have a senator or a representative or staff member asking you, what is Navajo's position? But you would think that that would come from the internal oversight, internal offices within the Navajo Nation government. None let the, oh, you have to da None let the hasla. But dear that ehegi hadad in hadaj edo de sen nihijo da bejan an any non is our job is to create these laws and appropriate funds. But yet, we're in the midst of making policy now. I support your legislation. One thing, for one reason, is that as you drop the legislation in December 2019, there was no comments in supporting, comments in opposing, or inconclusive comments. Again, from a tribal programs. Was onsen. Well, that's what I'm thinking. To me, I understand that there's nobody's opposing this right now. And I would like to support your legislation to move this forth, to make this the position statement of the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation Council, we are the governing body of the Navajo Nation. Washington, the other, nice day, a year or one day, or one anything relating to uranium. This is the Navajo Nation's position. It's a tool. I just cannot vote in favor to table it or anything, or vote it down. The nan hashin tsaba. It's ano kades kai. Through their health, physically, emotionally, mentally. Aaron the Navajo, he was na or chilginan, Bachindo, the Basoket, and shape and number Muslim, a condash to Yan Dabino, Haishin Nash shape at Kanahanka, Haishin Nash shape at Anaga, Ekona, the Kiddy, Nas Nido, the Sibanina. Say so. Oh, I unhast, we don't his name yet. Kero, it's Aro. Cadets Kaitsin. I have no, can't oppose you on this. I just have to support you, brother. Over that. Go get.
Okay, that, moving on down. Thank you, Honorable Otto. So, those words. What do you got here? Floor is yours.
Yeah, and honest, thank you very much. Good afternoon, each one of us, 24 councilmen here. Shea, the great Celia, key, armor key, current Mr. Whelan, Nania, Sierra, the key. Illuminate us, Satas, and celebration. Korea, now take it our to the abandoned Iranian mine. Now I get is 40 years of honestly. Coco Shido, Shina Hotis, the neck, Kodosh Daik, the Georgia, Walmart, oh, you didn't like Quena Kalip. Yeah, yes, keep blue get there, and then the source as I see you. Naha at a dotly, the base of Sanabian Kai, 24 councilmen. Okay, I can't say I, though I can't say me. I have to include all of you 24 councilmen to clean up 100% of the Talo. Aron, but not Nandole, a cohort, the Mr. William Nashbatnit, division director. See, you were on this one, help the RDC committee, a system, not a USEPA, the Hato Gazon Hishna Dolan here, 24 councilmen, the consultation chitra, did a Washington, Lani Katati, Akan Hato, Gaza Con Hishna Dolan, the never not, and the hot tiki, a 524 abandoned mine, a good object, the hot eco, a state Yage, 219 EPA. The 305 year atota a cocoa deep and not shiny presbyty Kadiki a 1.7 billion a quarter a $5 condensed $4 billion, $5 billion. I couldn't let $100 peso. Cut on the shake road cases. Let's work on it. Let's move this select. Though Mr. Whaley, that's because Arab, it's an unlaw, it's a lady. Nanshadini, I want 100%. When he's a stay, when he's large, let all, when I'm sheep get a neat in all this. I say, he's large, let all this, Tahados to start. Even ya, shake road on Anakin, then the cases zero studying. Let's work on 24 councilmen. I don't know how to study. So, candy, yeah. Don't need to reserve my time. Let's take care of business now. Thank you.
Okay. That, Almost later you're on the list, but I'm going to the individuals that haven't spoken yet, then I'll come back to you. That, but almost later, you're the first up back on reserve time. That, Vice Chair James.
Ya nana nale speaker. Ados nale. The eyes not hit not hit only secret look between you and me. I think we do have quite a few individuals, colleagues that are in favor. With that, I would like to make a motion to cease debate. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Hey, there's a majority of, there has been a consensus across the board. There hasn't been any, there's just been words of encouragement and recommendations to Honorable Calvier and thanking him. So I will recognize that motion to cease debate by Honorable James. Is there a second?
I'm the last speaker, really?
Second.
You're gonna wait for me?
Honorable Carl Slater.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, I was the last one on there to speak, and my community is heavily affected by this position statement. So I respectfully request that this motion to cease debate, that you vote red to allow me the opportunity to speak on this, because again, my community was pointed out with the evaporation pond and the uranium that's there in the Shiprock area. I feel that I should have the opportunity to speak on behalf of my community. So colleagues, I'm going to request respectfully that you vote red, allow me the opportunity to speak and ask questions regarding this position statement. Thank you.
Okay. That motion to cease debate by Honorable James, second by Honorable Slater. Speakers recognize that. There is no debate on this cease debate. Go to the board. On the discussion has been on legislation 0380-19. Question of privilege as we're voting. Madam Chair Grady.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, as we're voting. So I asked Mr. Whaley for additional information on my region, who's been heavily impacted by uranium. I have not received anything yet. My question is, when is my region, when is my district going to get that information? And then what is the plan in using this position paper? Because if they're not in there, then DC's not going to hear their story.
Okay. We're voting. Voting to cease debate. There's 20 on the floor, so that's 14. Point of privilege by Honorable Slater.
Can Ledge Council explain why this went to Navajo Nation full council as opposed to just being a Navi resolution?
Yes.
There isn't really an explanation.
Cease debate. Let me go back to Madam Chair Crowley's first question. Mr. Whaley, I'll be coming back to you after the vote, if you want to answer that question. After the vote, I'm going to Ledge Council too as well to answer Honorable Slater's question. That motion to cease debate. 19 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Keon Begay. How do you vote? Che?
Just to give time to the kind of council, vote red.
Red. Honorable Keon Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. How do you vote? Red. He votes red. Mark it down.
8 to 14.
8 to 14. Speaker not voting, motion fails. That went back to the board. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, colleagues, for giving me this opportunity. Shitsui, I just want to state, and Mr. Whaley as well, the importance of this position statement cannot and should not be ignored. At last week's Navik Iatske, I did state that I was uncomfortable with the statement made by the nation on behalf of the Shiprock community. Keep in mind, Shitsui, that we just debated the Chaco Cultural Heritage Protection Act statement. And at that Navik Iatske, there was a lengthy debate and there was passionate arguments made about whether the people were heard. And as you recall, we did have people here in the gallery who actually filled the gallery saying that when that statement or when that position was made by Navajo leadership, they were never consulted. We also talked about whether elected leaders went to the communities to get input, to hear what they have to say. There is no doubt that no one is against this position statement. We all have been affected by uranium. We all continue to be affected by uranium. Shanat Anis, we need to be careful when we issue statements that are made on behalf of the Navajo Nation. I want to know in regards to this statement, was the Uranium Commission or DOJ consulted in drafting this statement? I'm sure no one came out, I'm really sure that when this position statement was drafted in regards to the Shiprock evaporation pond, that there was nobody who came out to talk to us about that evaporation pond aside from Department of Energy, who came out and hosted two meetings with us to consult with the community. And in those meetings, Shiprock community made it very clear that we were not happy with any of the three options that they presented to us. So I'm asking you, to please come out to our community and listen to my constituents, to my community in regards to the evaporation pond. Then let's draft a statement, and then maybe when we do that, when we work together, then people can't come back and say that we didn't listen to what they had to say. And then also there was at Navik Iatske, I did state that I was going to reach out to my community to see if we can draft a statement on behalf of this issue regarding the evaporation pond. I did get somewhat of a statement from my president, from my chapter president, Dwayne Chiliazzi, who sent me the information this morning and made it very clear that he also doesn't agree with the statement that is being proposed in this position statement. I'm not asking that we not send a position statement. All I'm asking is that you give us a little bit of time. Now, granted, the resolution was introduced and we had a 5-day comment period before it went to Navik Iatske, but that was after our chapter meeting. So I would really like to come back to my community, and Department of Energy is still working with our community. And we have changed the date in regards to the comment period. And I actually had to go to DC at one time to advocate to make that happen. So I think that they want to hear where we stand, but let's just try to work together when we issue these statements and make sure that we listen to the people before we draft these statements, because the last thing that we need is to make a position and then have to go back to DC and tell them that we've changed our mind or that the people were not consulted, which is what happened at the last Navik Iatske in regards to the Chaco Heritage Preservation Act. So I just want to make that clear. I'm going to reserve my time if you have.
Okay, we'll reserve your time, 52 seconds. Madam Chair, moving on down. Chairman Nez, the player.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council, Adrositsila, Honorable Kialam Begay. I always admire how you serve your people. People are watching us as to how our leaders, and most especially our actions. And I see my brother here. He may be short, but he's not little. We we may think that he's full of it, but you're probably right. He's full of experience and knowledge as well. I'm proud of my brother that he stands up and he introduces legislations because he knows it concerns his dear people, the great Navajo Nation. Our people have been exposed to uranium for years, including my father. My father died because of uranium as well. And having a position statement is paramount because we are the governing body and we should have a position statement to clean up the uranium on the great Navajo Nation. So, just to make it brief, it is our right to vote red or green, and I vote green. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Every time it's 3 minutes. That, moving on down. Honorable Charlene So. The floor is yours.
Speaker Damon, Honorable Begay. I want to thank you first and foremost for coming up with this legislation and making the initiative. Thinking about it, so many years ago, this should have happened. Now it's happening. So why are we holding it up? And in the legislation, it states, a Navajo Nation uranium cleanup position statement is needed to assist with an organized approach to the remediation work. It's the first step. And as we progress and proceed into this initiative, we can reach out to our communities. We have that time. But this is, I guess, an emergency approach. We have Congress and senators that are going into sessions. So we need to put this out there so that they're aware of our position statements and that the number of these sites, they will know. They can allocate money for us. But going on forward, Shiyaj, I definitely look up to the guidance of Dene Care. They have a lot of wisdom. They have a lot of knowledge. And then, of course, you are well aware the questions conduct my area is one of the most affected areas. It really is a painful and touchy subject for me. That's what she got, cancer, from this. And now I'm trying to move this forward, and I support this legislation wholeheartedly. It's beginning to affect my father with downwinders, and that's the area that we are in now. I have a disposable cell within 1.5 miles away from my house. Let's think ahead. Let this be the first step, and let's vote green.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Charlene So, for those comments. Moving on down, Mr. Walker, floor is yours.
Speaker, members of the council, sponsor, Honorable Gabe, your agent, Mr. Whaley. Legislation by Yatigi, Hada case, the position statement, tahonat el khal e edo le kotida eke. Although khatnit ashindo la yansada is of course the best statement, the best position would be one where, you know, all of us, those that are affected, our constituents, Navajo people, the local leadership, chapter leadership, of course this body, Navajo Nation Council, the Honorable President, Vice President, and his administration, that there be a unified statement that's, you know, conforms with the concerns and what the best steps to take forward. That's the best we could do. So, let this statement be a step in that direction. Washington go beda ndadi kako. Jadi di tada di jato le sos. Adon here congressional representatives in the 3 states that we live in, and then other congressional representatives that represent Indian country. Ada bachana ne o choko e nhabe yati nhabe stingo. Joda shi la nande jojo yo nan atleta plata. An kido yon kilahan plachula bahat ada e kut e koto anit e alchi el kita do anit e ado lebe hiskuil neta. Apanit e kishinit e ko fahasit de e sabent o halat e ko. The statement to keep bend the chato e bendika. Jodade avances case. Although with that also I'd like to ask the speaker if it is proper or appropriate to do so also is to request yourself to communicate with the US EPA also, and this is in reference to tribal consultations. Tribal consultation meetings or hearings that are held in the Southwest, especially Region 9, here on Navajo and outside of Navajo. I would like the Region 9 EPA office to contact, you know, the Navajo Nation Council, your office, so that we're apprised of it, so that we can also prepare and also meet them, you know, in those consultation meetings and convey our concerns, the concerns that we express here today, the concerns that are of our constituents. Mr. Speaker, let's vote in favor of this and let's move the position statement forward.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. That's something that we have included in the directive that was created, especially from this legislation, from NABI last Thursday. So that's something that's in the documents that's being prepared right now. That. Honorable Crowdy, you're on reserve time, so I'm going to Honorable Brown first. Oh, never mind. Sorry. I thought you already spoke. No. Well, Crowdy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. So I brought up the issue on my point of privilege regarding the region that I represent. I understand that this wants to be short and concise, but there's also such a huge legacy that an appendix or something could be added to this. When we talk about uranium up on the hill, first of all, we always have to remind them who we are as a person, as a people, as humans, and the health impacts, how we were part of the Cold War in getting the uranium, and now all of the orphan mines that are out there. My concern, colleagues, because I'll refer back to CAP 1415, And it just so happens it was part of your veto override legislation 007-20 sponsored by Kellen Begay, which was withdrawn. It states in there the importance of Navajo Nation on why we have the Dene Uranium Remediation Advisory Commission. My concern is in working with them, there's nothing in here that relates to it. Because if you look at, so I'm concerned because we want our children in the Sanders area to have clean water. I don't think a position statement should say, this is the cost we need for clean water, but it does not include the cleanup of Sanders water contamination. I don't think that's a proper position to take to DC. We should at least have a number on what it will take to give them quality water, and what are we gonna do to address the 40+ years of contamination for those family members. The other area I want to say is I'm also concerned with the mill site position. It just says here, Navajo Nation supports alternative 2, but it doesn't say who of Navajo Nation. And that's why I went back to the commission, and if it's Navajo EPA, I think we should be specific. Because when we talked about the Department of Energy, I have issues with the Department of Energy. They built these cells in people's communities right next door without proper input from the community. And so our people are at a point where they don't even trust Navajo Nation government to do what's in their best interest, because they have their homes that were destroyed and never built, and they want to have these conversations. I also, and I talked to the sponsor, and I wanted to add an amendment. I just didn't give the information that I needed. And so the other issue that I wanted to address was the types of litigation that we've already been in. And I don't know, I can't remember her name. Is it Jan, someone, or Harrison Carr? We also, this council should know all of the litigation that we've been entering into regarding uranium. There's prior statements. We use those statements when we go to the Hill now to ask for cleanup. So I think if we could have time, so in that same breath, I know Delegate Slater asked, why is this coming to council? I'm gonna put a question out there. If this, should this be deferred back to NABI so we can make the amendments, and at the next NABI move forward? I'm gonna ask that of just food for thought, but I'll reserve my time. I support this, but I also think Sanders needs questions. We need to relook at what's happening in Shiprock. And then for my region, they definitely should have a space in place here. And that's why it's gonna take this collective. There's a lot of moving pieces to help with this cleanup initiative. And I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so every time at 57 seconds. That. Okay, we got a new player, Honorable Brown. Floor is yours.
Yeah, Speaker, Ado 24th Navajo Nation, Beshbansan. Ado Shikedosh, Nequagin Kinazalt Honey, Yad Ehlin, Ado Quagi, Shinanta, Shetla Ashiki, Desad, Benadaktit Echad and Lagi. Ado, Mr. Whaley, thank you for being here. Some of my communities in Danahoto, Canton, Chilchimbito, we have also been impacted. So we have BCA mine, and what we're finding is, it impacts water, it impacts a lot of, there's no development that can happen. So my question would be, how much, I know there's over 500 sites throughout Navajo Nation. How much of those sites, how big is it? I know that really impacts like our water also, and I know there's no development that can happen. We are looking to build in our communities, but there's certain sites and it impacts our water. And it's not just uranium. There's other minerals like arsenic and other metals that are harmful to our people and animals also. And the other thing that I'm looking for in here is, I'm not sure, Shanant, if this is appropriate to ask, but I know in my family, I've had both of my grandparents pass away, 2 aunties and 2 uncles. And do we have a current number to show Washington, to show leadership out there that since the Cold War, how many of our Navajo people have we lost? I know that there's no price tag on our people or any human being, but I think it would be a good number. I know it has caused cancers, and I'm interested from IHS, from the RPMS system as well, in these impacted areas. Do we have any data? I know I myself collected data for Kayenta when I was at the Kayenta clinic when I did a cancer research, and it showed that our Navajo people in my era were 4 times more likely to get cancer caused by uranium. So do we have any other data from IHS? Maybe they won't release it, but I'm interested, maybe RICA or Superfund, any of those have any of these numbers. Zaidi, given the I'll reserve my time. Yeah.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 11 seconds, Honorable Brown. That. I'm Chair Charles Newton. You have reserved time. We'll go to the new players first.
Okay, that's fine.
That, we have a new player. Vice Chair Smith. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. That. A new player. Chairman So.
Thank you, Speaker Raymond Otto Chiche, Honorable Kiel and Gay, and Agent Mr. Whaley, Otto colleagues on the floor of the chambers. I'd like to add a caveat to this particular legislation position statement to say that it's not all engrossing to address the issues that Miss Charles Newton and then Miss Crotty, that it's not all engrossing, but it's an evolving and developing position statement, because number one, we're lacking some critical data, as what Cecilia Nathaniel Brown brought to the table. The other is we really don't cite the other citizen science studies, if they could have, if we had, because again, the birth cohort study was, and it's an ongoing study. There's, UNM has funded a metals research study that the folks from Blue Gap, it really would, basically, I'd like to see those studies attached. And so that's just, I'm not trying to stop it. I'm just wanting to say that it's a developing position statement. And as we go forward, as we get the facts and figures, then that's when we could really go with a specific and hopefully get to the federal agencies, because again, as the position statement talks about tronics and not really, I have a problem, with the way they've been selected, and we don't really, I guess, fully flex our muscles to, through this position statement, but I would ask this kindly to be able to just say it's a developing and evolving position statement. And Mr. Speaker, if need be, I'd like to just add that language with a motion to amend. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve your time at 1:36. Did you work on the language with somebody? Chairman So. Did you send the language to somebody, or did you give it
Let
to
me
a
ask
lawyer?
legislative counsel to read my mind and develop the language.
Okay, that, colleagues, I'm gonna go in 10-minute recess.
The point of privilege I had earlier about why it's a nomination of council and not just nominating.
I can go to that first.
Well, they could just be after the recess or.
Yeah. 10 minutes. Recess for 10 minutes. Stretch. Stretch. Stand up. Miss Barbara. Carl wants to know.
You want me to tell him right now?
Yeah.
And can I tell him in private?
Yeah, you tell him private right now.
I think you're on recess.
He's coming up here. He's coming up here right there. Yes.
By the way,
Roll call, roll call. Okay. Roll call, colleagues, roll call. Roll call. Malona, Chairman So, Yellow here, on the Yazi, McCarty, Chairman Nez, Malato So, Eugene So. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times, locked down.
22 present?
22 present. Come back out of recess at 3:35. That, moving on back. Chairman Sue. Have your amendment ready?
Thank you. Staff is still finalizing it.
So it is. It's on the board. Tara, can you read it to the record?
Page 2, line 22, insert new paragraph as follows. Underscore F, the Navajo Nation's position statement is evolving and developing because new data is to be added at a later point in time to reflect the issues in Blue Gap, Cove, Red Pond, Sanders, and the birth cohort study. Navajo Nation has experienced loss of life from exposure to uranium. To renumber with letters succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing the other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Office of Legislative Services is hereby authorized to make grammatical changes or correct typographical errors with notice to the sponsor. Mr. Speaker.
Motion by Chairman So, is there a second? And once, and twice.
Second.
By Paul Begay, second. That, on Amendment 1. Vice Chair Smith, on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. On the amendment, I'd like to request the wording be inclusive of Sanders, comma, Rio Perco. Reason why I say that is Rio Perco is the culprit of all that uranium tailings. If we're just looking at Sanders, we're forgetting that Doug Gazan, when the 1979 breach on that bridge, or the dam, I'm tired, so excuse me. Chinanda, thank you. Reserve my time.
Serve your time at 4:16. Request to modify, Chairman So.
Granted.
Okay, good with that. Honorable Paul Begay. Great. That, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, on the amendment, if I could ask Mr. Smith to, I know Red Pond's already included, which is the Church Rock area, but just to be on the safe side, could we put Church Rock in the wording? Because the Rio Procro River comes from Church Rock and into the Gallup area and then out to Smith's area. So can we include Church Rock in there as well? I do support the amendment. I do support this cause. should not die.
Honorable Chairman So, there's a request to modify.
Thank you, Speaker. Che, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, yes, I will accept that request to add right after the Red Pond Church Rock.
Okay, that, Honorable Otto So. On Amendment 1.
Okay, you know that the Rio Perco drains into the LCR in Nas, isn't it? I don't know, larger. You have I'm thinking about the western chapters that are along the LCR, and I shouldn't. So when that spill happened, realistically, how much of that deposit, came down through the waterways of the Rio Perco, ties into the Little Colorado River, and I did not study this name. The LCR is part of the western, or part of the Navajo Nation territorial jurisdiction. Ako, I just do men and adding the chapters that reside along the LCR, such as Bird Springs, Loop, Cameron. I believe those are the chapters that are along the LCR. That is my request to the to Chairman So to modify his amendment. Reserve my time.
Chairman So, request to modify the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. To get as many votes to get this amendment passed and then to get the position statement approved, yes, I will grant that.
Otto So, can you restate your amendment?
I guess right after, let's see, adding Bird Springs, Community Bird Springs, Loop, and Cameron. And I guess the Little Colorado River, Rio Perco. Never tahan and never care the car be given a bit non clip. Ako 8 days with that.
Hey. That's how it is, Chairman So. Good?
Yes.
Yay. Honorable Paul Gay. All right, that. Moving on down, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you. Kudota Shata, Speaker. Arunda Kudo Shanata Anashanaki. Arunana Kudo Amendment Liaki Kudo Delegate Chairman So Kudo Nagay Hes Aje Kudo Ejay Aje Dahu Ishuho. Arunana Kudo Amendment Liaki Kudan Samade Senagata Kudo Nagata Makada areas that are impacted by uranium. Nagata Kudo the motioning parties Kudo the Hidesh Kish Kudo the Shabido Sot so in Kudo Nagata Kudo di Bahwishne Monument Valley Nada Zudo Hayud Ante and now it's not Bahwishne Monument Valley. There used to be two mills, yeah. Monument number 2 in Monument Valley. Out of the Mexican Hat. It's part of Monument Valley as well. Yeah, I seen how the nation that back in the 50s. Out of the old Jato. Around old Jato, Lada mines there go. Bijit Halom. Moonlight mine at the house, yeah. Firelight mine. Doing the Charles Keith, the jail, hada again lago. So kung hidesh kili Monument Valley, Monument number 2. Rin da nagay Mexican hat and Oljeto Shabito son. So you kudo hidesh kudo share. Rin da kudo motion parties. Thank you.
Like that? Good? From so, what's modified? Added Monument Valley, Monument 2, Mexican hat, and Oljeto.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And for my favorite Che, yes, I'll amend the, and add the language. Thank you.
Honorable Paul McGee, good? Good. That? Honorable Eugene So.
치료해야지. 치료사 잡이 있어. 케이스 오전이 the way in lead, Delberto, they had some meters in there from the NAU. That's what it Delberto Chinli Sabitosa. I wrote that. I think a few days ago or months ago, we saw that paper regarding the St. Michael, Tunlini. It was positive uranium be Hasin soil that you can sound it up. Elebabitosa. Other ones, okay, Trump administration, the EPA Policy Act, I got to but his executive order. Yeah, I'm going to.
Chairman So. Question modified from Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you, Speaker. To my brother Eugene, the Central So. I'll accept the language regarding Chinle del Muerto, but the rest of his statement regarding what's going on in Washington, D.C., we won't include that language. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Paul McGee? Good. Moving on down. Vice Chair Walker?
Speaker, members of council, sponsors, your agent, Mr. Whaley, amend, holder of the amending motion, Chairman. So, section 2 findings, again, those paragraphs, that's what we're looking at. So you're adding a paragraph. So what I would like to include, I'm not sure if it would be, it would be fitting inside the amendment you're making there, or it could be another paragraph on its own, but the nation does have a law in place, a ban on uranium mining. So we have a law that bans uranium mining, as well as a law against transporting uranium. But those two, I think they should be cited. It just sends a message loud and clear that that's how this government, the Navajo Nation, has a strong position in that way.
Daniel So, Chairman So, request to modify to add on.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and distinguished colleagues. Otto's Chase sponsor. It's really looking to we have an ability to expand and continue expanding, and in regard to the request to cite Navajo Nation Code regarding the moratorium on further uranium mining and the transport of uranium millings across Navajo Nation. I, again, feel like that's a very important statement, so I will abide by my brother's request to include that reference. And if we need additional language from legislative staff to be able to polish up this particular amendment, I'd like to request that. Thank you.
Uranium moratorium. Hang on. So it's actually going to be like a G. It's a new paragraph. Yeah, they just want to state that. It's like a whole new paragraph that states that back in blah, 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 19 or 2005. Moratorium legislation. Kevin. What year was that? Remember, Kevin? What year they passed the moratorium? I think about an hour. Chairman So, Vice Chair Walker, the recommendation is to not move forth with that right now and just to work on that on F. We can add those two positions on, but it's going to take some time while they research that. You know, most likely take anywhere between 30 to 45 minutes for them to get that language together. So, the recommendation would be to not move forward with it right now and do it as a separate amendment. And then when we do have the wording together, then we can go back to you, Vice Chair Walker. You can raise that amendment. That'd be the suggestion. Vice Chair Walker.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Chairman So?
If we will go to an amendment number 2 after, and
I'm not too sure if it's going to be ready by that, but it'll be ready at some point.
let's see. Okay, since we opened the door for an evolving and developing position statement, I'm fine with that.
Okay. That. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow here.
Nobody mentions around Rockford area. There's a bunch right there. Nobody talks about it. At Black Mesa right there on the west side of Rockford, to Bahati, there's a lot of Iranians. I think there should also be add-on, plus on the east side of Rockford too. A hinge kid of the Honorable, so to add on Rockford area, Black Mesa, Quaggy. I'd like to ask for a request to add on that one. Shabiro Tsons. Stay Lara, even yet, Netin's kid. Lance was in the case of the
Chairman So, request to modify. Right? Chairman So, request to modify.
Yes, the language is highlighted on the screen. I will accept Che Honorable Yellow Hair's request.
Great. Honorable Paul, good? Okay, moving on down. Madam Chair Crotty, on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker and my colleagues. I understand as a council we're trying to make an amendment that creates a policy position paper worthy of the Navajo Nation people. So I want to thank the sponsor, the amending sponsor, and all of my colleagues here. What I'll need to ask Chairman So is in what's not part of this is not only compensation and relocation, but the New Mexico, individuals who live in New Mexico are also not eligible for downwinder claims. And so that contamination somehow doesn't end at the state borderline. If you could add that to the amendment. And I'm also looking at, with this cleanup position statement, a lot of homes were built using the tailings. And so there was, we need to add language into here because there's different entities that deal with that, and there's still remnants of those homes that are radioactive. And I have community members that half of their home was demolished, and then they walked away. The federal either, I don't know what federal partner it was. And so I understand this amendment. I think we're getting there. I'm just disappointed that this is such a huge issue on Navajo, that this is the position paper that we were presented, because lives are at stake. We have uranium miners gasping for their next breath. They're transported many miles away. And so I know this is about cleanup, but I'm just speaking about Red Pond. I'm thinking of all those sites that haven't had an opportunity to do cleanup. So if we could add that, if it could be the New Mexico downwinders, and adding in there when their compensation for relocation, that their new home is available to them, a proper home. And then I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 2:45. Madam Chair, Connie, do you have that language?
So I would say after Rough Rock, add, oh, so we'll add Lagutchugay. We'll add, after Cove, I'd like to add Red Valley, Biclabato, B-E-C-I, no, go back, B-E-C-L, A-B-I-T-O, Cove, Red Valley, Biclabato, Sanosti, S-A-N-O-S-T-E-E. And then after Rough Rock, add, reflect the issues I believe, I'm sorry, yeah, Lagutchugay. A-K-A-I. We should have a Navajo Nation spelling bee on chapters. Luke, and then next sentence after the ending, put compensation for New Mexico downwinders. And downwinders, yes. Down under. We don't want to be Australia. Forgot. Downwinders. New Mexico downwinders.
That's down under.
Yeah, post 71 uranium. You could take that one off under. That.
Question? Question of privilege by Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raised a question of privilege. I'm just wondering if the EPA, Navajo Nation EPA, has all the names of the locations. Maybe we can just add that to the amendment. Speaker.
Question of privilege to EPA.
Yeah, they're all mapped. So the sites that don't have funds, the 305, don't necessarily have designated names per se, but they've all been mapped located and are in a GIS database.
Question of privilege by Chairman Nez.
Mr. Whaley just stated they identified the areas. Why don't we just write within the jurisdictional territory of the Navajo Nation rather than having all this written out? We might miss something. And use the list as exhibits. Thank you.
Question of privilege. More of a suggestion to Chairman So. That, we'll go back to Chairman So. There's a request to modify by Madam Chair Karati, everything you see that's highlighted.
Yes, I'll accept those modifications.
Okay. And there was a question of privilege by Chairman Nez too as well. Do you want to repeat that, Chairman Nez?
Yes, sir. Honorable So. Since Mr. Whaley identified all his shop there, all the locations, why don't we just make it easier and just write within the jurisdictional territories of the Navajo Nation? Because if we do this, we might leave something out. If we just say it that way, it covers the whole Navajo Nation and not die. They already have a list as an exhibit.
Okay. That, I don't see anybody else. Do you want to respond, Chairman So, or no?
Again, thank you, Speaker Damon, and to distinguished and honorable colleagues. I basically, again, this is an evolving and developing position statement, and I really like the participation of the council in this amendment. Yes. And I think there's still further requests, and I would defer on Chairman Nez's request, because I want to also, there's other folks that basically are on the list to basically add to this list. I mean, the Superfund sites that are identified by the U.S. Environmental Protection people, those are funded, those are on the list. But what I'm seeing is some of these that where we're highlighting, those haven't really, some of them haven't really been designated. And I'd like to, I guess the position statement is these are need urgent addressing. So in that, so I'll defer on Chairman Nez's request.
Okay, that, moving on down, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker Leshamat. I wanted to add 4 communities, Eastern Agency, if I may, check. The first one is Crown Point, Church Road. We have couple mines right there in that area. That's number 1, so I just put Crown Point. Number 2 is Mariana Lake, Ruby Pit, but you don't have to put that. Number 3 would be Casimiro Lake. Number 4 would be Manuelito, because the Rio Perco does run through manually to a boundary, chapter boundary here. So area Shanata, those 4 chapters out of Eastern Agency. With that, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Chairman So, you good?
I'll accept those.
About Paul Begay? You concur? Honorable Paul Begay?
Thank you, Chair. Speaker. Before we make a whole book out of all these locations, I'd like to ask the Navajo EPA Director if what we have on the screen there is already on the list. I'm assuming that it's a very detailed list of all the locations on the Navajo Nation. And to me, it makes more sense to use that as an exhibit. That way we don't leave anything out. I have my own list. I'm not exactly sure where the locations are, but I know it's in Botaway Gap and Bitter Springs area. And those are not on the list. And I'm thinking that Navajo Nation EPA has a thorough list of all these locations. And so my question is whether all these locations that we've identified up on the screen are already on the list. Thank you.
So, well, my first question back to you, Honorable Paul Begay, is you're holding the second right now. Chairman So has recognized to keep those, add those on. Are you willing to do that too? If not, then I'm going to go back, look for a second, then I'm going to go to EPA.
Thank you, Speaker. I will go ahead and follow suit with Honorable Chair So for now, but I do want to know if all these locations are already already on the list. Thank you.
We'll go back to EPA.
Yeah, I apologize for not being here earlier, and if I get some time later, I think I can give some background so that we can all understand why this has maybe been frameworked the way it is. But all these sites that are listed, if these sites aren't within the 219 that are being currently addressed, that have funding, that are somewhere in the process, moving along the CERCLA process, then they're in the 305 sites that have no funding, that are stagnant, that aren't being addressed, no remediation work's taking place. And so I think that's encompassed in the policy. So prior to any settlement agreements, any funding, when this became a known issue, the United States brought in a contractor, Weston, to come in and do a scanning and site characterization across Navajo of all the abandoned uranium mine sites. And the number that they came up with was 523. One mine site might consist of multiple sites, but they, on paper, categorize it as 523 sites. And so all these areas that you've identified are part of those 523 mine sites. Now this past year, we went from 523 to 524 because there was an area where a prior group had done some reclamation. They took some waste from multiple areas and consolidated it into a cell, but we found out they missed a pile out near Mexican water, a big pile of waste. And so it was large enough that we categorized it as another mine site. So now we're at 524. And again, it doesn't mean that we might not discover more, but I think right now with what work's been done, it's a fair characterization of what's on Navajo. And so again, that encompasses everything, eastern, western, and everything in between. And so if they don't have funds right now as part of the 219, then they're part of the 300 where there are no funds and there's no work being done on it.
Okay, that, moving on down. Chairman Nez on Amendment 1.
Thank you. Mr. Whaley just spoke on 524 sites. Should we just add all up there? I see him mention Mexican water, but it's not up there. Someone's going to get left out. But if we just write within the jurisdictional boundaries of the Navajo Nation, Mr. Whaley, his shop there, has identified all the areas that would be included. Mr. Paul Begay just stated, what about his area? How many? He's going to have to go back to his communities and ask. But Mr. Whaley just said it. He has all the areas that are identified. So it would seem appropriate, it would include all the waterways, the little Colorado River. So just want to make sure, because if I'm going to vote on this, I'm going to have to vote red on this, because it would make sense if we just say within the jurisdictional territories of the Navajo Nation. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Before I go to Honorable Charlene, so question of privilege, Honorable Freeland.
Just pertaining to what Chair asked, Chair Nez, Honorable Chairman Nez, this is really to legal counsel. Since Eastern Agency is checkerboard, would that mean that those allotted lands or those areas that are checkerboarded or BLM or leased lands would fall into the jurisdictional boundaries of the Navajo Nation? It's not trust land.
Could you repeat it one more time, Honorable Freeland?
Okay, let me take a deep breath. Would Eastern Agency, because of the uniqueness of 23 different land statuses, would those land statuses fall under the jurisdictional boundaries of the Navajo Nation? Because some of them are private land, some of them are state land, some of them are federal land, and some of them are travel trust and travel fee.
While they're discussing that question of, is that a question of? Okay, while they're discussing that question of privilege, I'll come back to you when they're ready. Moving on down. Honorable Charlene So.
Thank you, Shasha. Thank you for the amendment, Shiaj, Honorable Chair So. I just wanted to state a couple of concerns. I know that I concur with Honorable Rick Nez here. There is going to be some chapters that are going to debate this and say we are left out. You have no idea what we're going through, and that's the ridicule I want us to avoid, and then just that disaster. So I'm wondering if we can conclude as the whole Navajo Nation. But the other suggestion that I have, Shiaj, I'm wondering if you can withdraw this and see if we can just press forward and tabling this to tomorrow, so that we can give it back to Honorable Key Allen and EPA to draft up the right wording as to how they put this legislation together. And let me remind you that it has been a few weeks ago that Honorable Begay asked us to put in our input, but we did not respond. So that's why I want this to be well-written and to see if we can come back to it tomorrow. Thank you.
Madam, let me go back to Vice Chair. So are you stating that you want to table the legislation
Yes, I motion to table this legislation to tomorrow.
till tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Motion to table this legislation until tomorrow. Is there a second? Second, by Honorable Otto So. By Honorable Otto So, second. Now, Honorable Keelan McGee, 3 minutes.
Snadano
A lot of talking out here. Hold on, Honorable Keelan McGee.
Snadano Senegi, Adoshima Kodobe Haki, Tutti at the Shant O. A kid in the Hohot at the no legislation, which is okay, but I don't want to offend anybody, but how long are we going to continue just kick this particular issue down the road and have us not address it? Kudo bandit isto banahatot ihliki on hinishcation and no senit assured on hitishna bana inchka. It aid the quackity out is nisot or nisnigo go to quacky bin needs out open yet a quacky a corbin nashisazino or assured on on hit the schneedle kudo George a setos at the listot naspedil. Ko eri quacky open he catered liquido swelly sato because I mean just tomorrow to nigo go ejo up a nigo eto shabonet on is count on ko jo that age sato innocent with the eight honon start to hate Asia ishihani top and nani the quaggy it atliki ho at it neatly so edio banan hinge consonant are not letting that showing you need on it.
Hey, that point of privilege, almost later.
So do we have two motions that are being held right now?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a motion.
So a tabling motion can just supersede that?
Supersedes it. That, so if this comes back tomorrow, or if this passes, we would go back to the amendment with the lineup that we have right now.
Can they specify?
You have reserved for.
No, I clicked to speak on the amendment.
We have you. You're next. It's Charlene So and then Honorable Yellow Hair. Yeah. Okay. Well, you're next. Almost later. Okay. That. Oh, so if this amendment passes, or this motion passes to table legislation 0380-19 until tomorrow, we would come back to Chairman So's amendment first. So go to the board. Point of privilege.
While we're voting, Speaker, do we have confirmation if the Navajo veterans are going to be here at the council chamber tomorrow?
We have confirmation that the Navajo Nation veterans are having a meeting tomorrow after advisory council meeting in the afternoon. Apparently in the morning, they will be marching to the president's office, right? To the chambers or the president's office? Yes, they'll be marching. I haven't got an official, but they will be marching. Okay. That. Honorable Daniels, Honorable Elmer Brigade, Chairman Nez, Honorable So, Honorable Eugene So, Vice Chair Smith, McCarty, Honorable Helena, Mahino, Honorable Yellowhair. Commissioner Privilege, Honorable Stewart.
Speaker, requesting if this tabling motion does go through, requesting that the DOJ or LOC assist with the proper wording on this, since this is going to be the final one, that everything be in order for it to proceed.
Honorable Daniels, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Yellowhair, you need to vote.
That's it, sir.
Okay. Vice Chair Smith, this is the third time that you've passed the 2-minute warning. Vice Chair Smith votes red. Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair votes red. Going once. Locked down.
12-11.
12 in favor, 11 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. With that, colleagues, if you have an amendment for this legislation, please work with Ledge Council this afternoon, right now. If you have an amendment for this legislation, 0380-19, so that we're prepared for it tomorrow. Thank you. Question of privilege, Honorable Freeland.
Going back to my previous question of privilege regarding the legal interpretation, could we also ask the BIA or the Land Department for specific maybe language or interpretation of the 23 different land statuses and how those could apply to our area in Eastern Navajo? Because jurisdictionally, they would be somewhat within boundaries near or off the nation. So just to get a context of description of land statuses. Chair or Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Freeland. Is the expert from the Eastern Agency land on board? Status? DOJ and Attorney General? Do you have Attorney General copy? Do you happen to have Honorable Freeland wants to know if you guys will be prepared for that kind of question? Okay. And Larry Rogers, you have to. If not, okay. Honorable Freeland? There's, they're gonna work on it to the best of their ability, but again, that kind of question is usually having a sit-down discussion with the players from Eastern Agency, as you know, and from Larry Rogers' group, Mike Colonna will probably have a roundtable discussion in order to get that complete answer to you, along with Mr. Whaley here. So I'm just, and Mr. Whaley's not here tomorrow. So I'm just letting you know, to the best of their ability, they're going to try to get you an answer for that question. With that, moving on down. Legislation number, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Speaker. Without my colleagues, we had a deal against Sonia. Clayton laid nice old count, lay Snela. We should don't hit the hut and Sonia, not your national. We have another day tomorrow, so this at the table, yeah, I don't know, we have another legislation, but tomorrow, I'd like to make a motion to recess, yeah, for the day.
Just I know the Speaker doesn't get involved in things like this, but I just want to clarify before I accept that motion that Ms. Sinigini and her whole family have been sitting here all day on the south side. I just want to make that as a note. I recognize your motion to recess at 4:29. Is there a second? Foreign privilege by Honorable Henio.
Again, that's to the speaker. Colleagues, let's get through this legislation now. Like you stated earlier, the families are waiting here all day long, and Ms. Chinajini is a city district judge, and I'm sure she had to take time away from her court cases to be here for the past all day long today, and then tomorrow, subjecting her and her family to come back again. It's just added expenses. Unless if the motion party wants to pay for the hotel room for the night, go vote green.
Okay, there's a motion. Honorable Daniels, is there a second? Recess. Going once? Going twice? Second to recess by Madam Chair Charles Newman. I don't see anybody on the board. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Go to board on recessing at 4:30. Yeah, recess till tomorrow. You weren't here to hear that debate. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Brown. Going once. Everyone's voted. Going twice. Going 3 times. Lock down.
3 to 20.
3 in favor, 20 opposed. Speaking of voting, motion fails. That, going back on to legislation 0009-20, sponsor by Chairman Yazzie. Mr. Potero, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0009-20, an action relating to Nabkirtke and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the probationary appointment of Honorable Tina Sinajini as Associate Justice of the Navajo Nation Supreme Court. This is final authority. There are no amendments. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion by Madam Chair Crotty, second by Chairman So. Going once, going twice. There's a player. Chairman Yazzie, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members of the council. Council, I would ask for your support. To my right, have our Honorable Judge Sinajini with me here.
Hold on, Chairman Yazzie. Hold on. Colleagues, individuals in the gala. Chairman Yazzie has the floor right now.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. As I was stating, my colleagues, I ask for your support on this legislation. It's the appointing of the Associate Justice of the Navajo Nation Supreme Court. All the proper procedures has been made and the qualification has been made. This, I just want to remind my colleagues that this was a position that was appointed by the Judicial Conduct Committee. And so, and they referred this to the council for sponsorship, and I am honored to sponsor this legislation, my colleagues. As you see in your legislation, there's the qualification of Judge Sinajini, of her schooling and experience of being the judge for the Navajo Nation. And so my colleagues, I would just ask for your support, and I have my expert witness here, if you will, my colleagues. It's better to hear from them than myself, because she is for the record, of course, qualified for the position based on the education. So with that, Speaker, I would give the time to Judge Sinajini, sir.
Okay. Before I give the time over, before I give the time over to Judge Sinajini, There is, as we know, there's applicants. We have Judge Sinigini's application booklet and other judiciary documents that we are going to hand out. If you want it, you have to sign out for it, but we need those documents back to the court. So they'll be handing those out right now. Judge Sinigini, the floor is yours.
Honorable Speaker Damon and honorable members of the council delegates of the 24th council session. I'm Shaya Tina Sinigini Yinshia. Kazafana Nishle, Kia Ani Bashichin, Bipatoni Edasache, Ado Teleskishni Edashanala, Besha Gede, Nasha. Twinanes, there's a Awana Ahi, Nishle, Atabe, Twanaje, Anawahi, Nishle. I'm honored to be here today, and as the speaker said, my family came with me today. If it's okay, I could introduce them. My mother is Shemaiah Sally Sinigini. Well, yeah, Ado Shade Shado Valerie Sinigini. Shemaiah Phyllis Bigay, Ado Bahaskin Woody Bigay, and the daughter Tennille. Ado Kwade Ayash Mayaja Lila McCabe, Ado Beachina Raylan McCabe, and Everly McCabe, Ado Besolke Aya Kyrie Do Skylar. Glad they came with me. I just want, I spent 2 years as a probationary judge, and it's a hard job and it's a lot of work. As district court judges, we hear cases all day. A lot of us, there's only one judge at one court, so we hear family court cases and district court cases. And way back when I was appointed, right after I was appointed, I got assigned a Supreme Court case. And so I went and, read the briefs along with doing my duties as a district court judge. All the judges are assigned to cases at the Supreme Court. And I wrote the memorandum decision in that case, and it's in the packet. But it takes time and a lot of reading. And after that, within the past 2 years, I was appointed to 4 more cases, and so were the other judges. It takes a lot of time, like today we had hearings, tomorrow we have hearings all day. That's just the daily schedule of a judge. And these hearings are set months and months ahead. And so when the district court judges have to take these cases, it takes them away from their court. The time they could be spending on the bench and taking orders. And that's the reason why I applied for this position. Because I think our district court judges, should be handling district court cases. And with that one position that has been sitting there for 10 years, I thought about it. And I felt that, I've learned a lot as a district judge. I learned the procedures. I learned the laws. And that experience, I believe, is going to really help me at the Supreme Court level. But I want to tell you a little bit about my education. As stated, I graduated from Arizona State University with a mathematics degree. I thought I was going to be an architect, but I had to take a calculus class. And there was a professor there that came to me and he said, why do you want to be an architect? You know, I said, I like to draw. And he said, did you know we've never had a Native American graduate from Arizona State with a mathematics degree? And right now, around the whole United States, there's probably about 7. So there's not very many. I said, are you crazy? Math is hard, you know, but he said with hard work, you can do it. So I did it. So I graduated in 1992, 93 with my mathematics degree. Then I went back to teach in Tuba City. I taught high school of mathematics for 6 years, and I coached freshman girls basketball and class sponsor and things like that. Then I decided to go back for my master's degree. I went back to ASU, but I didn't want to do mathematics because I wanted to, when I came back to the reservation, the highest math class I could teach was calculus because it was hard for the kids to go beyond that in high school, you know, beyond that. So I thought about something different, and when I was in graduate school, I took one math class, and then I took another class that didn't have to do with anything with math. So I took an Indigenous Studies class. It was my first one, and I took it from Elizabeth Cook Lynn. And I never knew the history of our Indian people. I was not taught that in high school. When I got to college, all I took were science classes. So it was a shock to me to find out what happened to the indigenous peoples of the United States. And so she told me, and I thought about law. And she said, well, if you're going to go to law school, you need to come back to your people. A lot of Native American students don't do that. So why don't you go to, there's a good federal Indian policy program at the University of Kansas. Why don't you go there before you go to law school? So I did. And while I was at law school, my math professor, he said, well, if you're there, you might as well teach math. So I taught mathematics for 2 years at Haskell, and I really enjoyed that. So, and then after I got my master's, I decided to go to law school. So I went to the University of New Mexico School of Law, and I was on the Tribal Law Journal, and we did other projects as law students. So I was active in the community there. Then the 2 years I was at University of New Mexico, I came back to Tuba City. And I interned at the Navajo Hopi Legal Services program, working with those that were the relocation. And then when I graduated in 2007, I took a Navajo Nation bar exam and I passed, so I became a member in 2007. Then the spring of 2008, I took the State Bar of Arizona, so I'm also a member of the Arizona State Bar Association. So after after I graduated, I spent a year at Navajo Legal Services, and a position opened up at the branch, so as a staff attorney. So I applied, and I was a staff. I worked for the Honorable Alan Sloan, the Honorable William Platero, and the Honorable Jennifer Benally for 3 years. I had the opportunity to work for them for 8 years. Then I applied for the judge position. And so I was the probationary judge at Kayenta, and then I was transferred to Tuba City for the past couple months. So that's what I've done as things that I think will have given me a lot of knowledge, the knowledge I need to be an associate justice. I was able to get in there and learn the laws, and being a judge, it's a lot of work, and I really enjoyed it. But I like to write. I love to write, and that's why I wanted to apply for the associate justice position, and so we can have that third justice on the Supreme Court. Thank you.
that it?
Speaker, I just want to add just a few more words and then we'll stand for questions. My colleagues, I ask for your support and your vote on this legislation. Just side note, my colleagues, the position here that we're going to fill and hope to get your support has been vacant for 10 years. And I just want to remind the colleagues, the past LOC had passed a legislation in the last council that the LOC was the one that had conducted the interviews for this position, but the last LOC committee and through the council passed the legislation that this type of position will be reviewed and interviewed by the Judicial Conduct Committee. And in your legislation, that has taken place and that has been forwarded to the council. So my colleagues, I ask for your support on this legislation and we stand for questions. Speaker, sir.
Hey. That. There's only one player on the board. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Here, Speaker. Shimoya Jishinga. Shidina stage to Pahash to the chamber. Sit not in this cheek, Tashi, the Shinalego. No, Baby Tony, Dan Chego, the Mandani Chino, in the Mandani shut it, the Kahish Moyajin, Kagi, what agent, what are they? Shimasan is Tom, they are Cisco, if you can introduce your relatives, introduce that you get. Jinne, what are they? Yat a Bujil are Judan Nevo. Okay, they are Shimayajin, he had all your accomplishment in the Nido, he had some. I'm pretty sure no matter Jane Cake, do you all appreciate what you did, your accomplishment? Ishin Yen Cake, a Kohado Yat 8 of the edition. No man the Nido, the Cake, though, he had Yat 8 of the Nido. I don't know. My question is, Shikesh, the land of Senki, Sonki, Ayonan, Amado, Nightish Kilgita, Hashint Ashinde, a Banso case of this, but Shisazando today, Aron dan Levi, not Kidado, the World Wide Web, Ebigido, a President, the quiz Kanashin, Bansas Casco. How can I question this? And some of that's Casco. Even myself, how should I question this? And so the reason why some of these in my lifetime today, I have a lot of questions. Very few people that I know today are individual in the home. Nobody. When the sunny door, but again, then again, Hela Navadish Sinsico. There goes so that I don't dish not okay again. Shemata Shajat and Navadish Kitlo, Shemash Quashkit. Hela but balance and Nossen, DG today, that I have that question in mind. By texting and then by phone calls. What are some of these questions that the answers that I get? My question here is, I don't think really nobody to ask, but I asked yesterday evening, I asked Chief Justice Abedini, Aron the Kajidona, Setsudo, Shirley, don't know what this need to call a crack. Now, what this kid did, and later the fundamental law, inside that, my question is this is pertaining to the fundamental law. It's our law. He has on it. Inside that, the three-branch government, judicial, executive, legislative, judicial, agenda, Nishiki, hashkaj, not Nihijin Halia. Even Nashi hashkaj, no, she hashkaj, to Edicon, a talk with Gagi, Aja Asa Akajins, Nishaja. I don't not get Linigi, a shield, the need. Aron the acres go go. That's there's Tom, non sneko, the lips or the spirit or yeah. Aron the acres go don't as key to go better yes. It and this go acres go to do has care not and how this. Ako di jide, ako ikadig ade tha is can be standard other thing being to this. Hale ela kabina just kid ko. Khayla nabad this kidan son just kids go. Khayla banahon to do that. Who can I ask this question back? I'm not against women's rights or ajasan if you I don't think that acres without any ginger, because I'm not against that. I'm very careful about it. How can I ask this question? So, only that just went really fast for me. I'm trying to think about it. I just keep doing this. Maybe it's time to go back to these people that created the fundamental law. Very few of them are probably still up there. Maybe we can have a chance to talk to them about it. Khalid? The fourth one is supposed to be.
That, moving on down. Eugene, so, what was yours?
So don't know this kid, the doing it as in street and be has on the lake. The Hitchholya Chris Kardashian. I think and probationary judge probationary judge or that's in the test in that all yeah I see the judge the slate on it that in the way Kayanta LOC so even it in a quite I don't know can legal not always says the daily Hala could Navajo Nation Bar Association there is I got the sentence and that's all that I don't know. There's some stuff in there that wasn't agreeable with the lady as I think it is but these two I not can look not say it's your car as it between the recess as also the not car between not scheduled normally Ik heb het nagel dus nu en ik was zo associated with Navajo. Ik ook nu weet je net on page 2 of 317 on there. Currently in Navajo Nation District Judge McCall. I thought that in this net and then so as the district judge permanently. I call quiet all. Khalid Ik heb aangebracht dat die zeding is maar aan niet kunnen. Ik kon weten dat net on the way JCC 0519 Judicial Conduct Commission bekijkt die. Dat ik hoop je het aan niet uit dat section 1 authority. After that LOC with 90 A, B, and C are in the A Navajo Nation President makes appointments for judge and justice position subject to confirmation by the Navajo Nation Council. Are in the A LOC judge and Leo are in the president or other in the Navajo Nation Council. Not that could I get this thing here. I know that's how I understand it. Layman's term, that's all, yeah. There is a few, 7 Navajo Nation Code of 355, section 601, 355. Ishin I, we had the land, that we get that you can't be as only And so, yeah, because when you came before us at LOC, we was going to make you a permanent judge. That's Nick, a judge and then snow at the resolution he became. So I don't know, we jump over these authority where the Judicial Conduct Commission has this is my question.
Okay, moving on down. Chairman Ness, floor is yours.
Thank you. Aroyat sponsor, Mr. Yazzie, and Ms. Senatini. Just reading your resume and the documents here, I'm very impressed, and you have my vote, and may God bless you in all that you do. Thank you. And I'd like to yield my time to my brother, Elmer Begay.
$438, you good? Honorable Begay?
Again, Chairman, yes, I wrote, like I was saying today, sometimes I think about it. Khayla, who can I ask this question instantly? I think about it, that since the people that I used to talk to them, they're no longer here too. So right now, I have to go places to do that. Today, this is where I think I was talking to Shitun Litigate, Honorable Judge Ms. Shirley, and then also our Coconino County Board of Supervisors. We're asking, we finally said, oh yeah, who created this, the Navajo law? So very few names that we came back. We remember, maybe it's time to go back to these people. Like they were saying that they wanted to create the third branch, who would be the judicial. Judicial is going to be the Hashkajin. The fourth one, a national security. But presently it's under judicial. That's maybe I don't know who were all there, but I think some of these people, maybe with the legislatures in Lenita, maybe the former president leaders in Lenita, maybe we could ask them who were all there at that time. Maybe they're still living, some of them. I'm hoping that they are. I think the young to that case, I think up is better. And so, yeah, in this case, she came to maybe it's time to do that. I would that's in the but couldn't they see so I hear had some a sponsor of flag. Nishin Nasha, yeah, I could almost a month that's about this case. Halit out the sheets of very few of them. They gave me this, what I told you. And that I know you should have a quite a bunch of case here. What speaker, maybe I'm requesting some who I need to talk to, maybe with the judicial. I talked to Roman Bitsui. I know that they're having talking about another branch under peacemaking courts. I create that no, I've been talking to them about it, but I wanted to know that how can we bring these people back in? Maybe it's time for us to think about, for me to learn something of what they know, because they say that these people that they know came from their other grandmas and grandpas, which they told us that they were no longer there. Speaker, maybe how we could help me out. Maybe I wanted more knowledge. Maybe this is an opportunity to this year that we could bring those people back in to talk about how they created this, the Navajo law, part of it. Yeah, speaker. So here is Shinado here, Arbol Nas. Speaker.
Okay. Great. That's something we could discuss on when we get there. I would really like to have that discussion. Moving on down, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Speaker. Kudo, yeah, I don't know, kudos not on Shinigi. I don't the kudo that should say, kudo the delegate Edminiazi, kudo, yeah, kudo legislation, kudo, get down in so, kudo, grade associate justice. Jay kudo eve, Kihoda don confirm making a kudo by council, kudo, age when he now she's net teacher. I don't know, kudo, I don't know, but I need slow. There's a son that's a وش ماشين لا أو تأذاك هو أرونا ندش الشيء تو يديني أرونا ندش ناليش كاتزو خد أرنش لكو نغيد نشهد يو كده لكو تو عايز بيها الديد أجو كيكي يجو يدأخذ خا أرونا لا الخا دا يشيد أو يكشة أو يولي كده يجو ي بيش تهويل نشوف شنيز ده بتهويل لكو سونغيد أو جيتو Shanto, Sabikin, Melho Mountain, that's on the Yego Beda, Yego, and the Yotrako, Aronan Ashkina, that's Sareta, Ayoya, that's Tilo. Aronan Kodo, the way that I just want to speak in support of the legislation Kodo. Aronan Kodo, last term, 23rd Council, Law and Order Committee, Ajay Trasat down there, called the Law and Order Committee members and Lenigi at the 21st Ajay Kaiko, Chairman Yazi, and the chair of the Schneid. I see Junot in the age, I see Bashni, Adonana Kodona Gaida, Vice and Lenigito Kodona Gaida. Smith with Sadako, Adam the Kodosha, Key Ellen, myself, and Kailesh. There's another one, Oye Basin, Okodo. So, yeah, go equal kitchen the shield, Juno 23rd Council, Law and Order Committee, Adonana, I hear the Hanil Zinako, Anahon Senaco, Adonana Kodona Gay, Nagata, Kodona, Packet, Nitravani, Abiga, Abbas, and Dina, so I don't think so. Resume that I done that, so even Nashiko. A year of many case as a call, I don't uncompromise, Besha get in and Nala Hokodo, so Kodona Gay, Ajo, Ishamakeda had to call. Was Chin Kulada Kid had Aruna Shada, Nishi thought I had no Ajo. Aruna Kodo, Johnny Kodo, the very Associate Justice Kodo, Aruna Kodo, my colleague Kodo, Delegate Elmer Gay is bringing up a good point Kodo, about Ed Kodo. We not what these nations say Kodo, 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 I see Kodo, Bed had a Siki Kodo, the Yego Kodo, the Nebazat, the Yego Kodo. Boy, this the Yego. To the next Yego, joy in Shinlish, Aronan and the Ray, Tonanestes, joy Arek and Nan Leshuko, but the Nebazad is a Yego, boy, this Alco, because Twido Sani, joy as the Yadashtico. So, Eddie, October could out have and to case as the Chair, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. That moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yes, it's a la Connie classes, 2024 Council Maccabees, Aris not time, Yinahi, Aris Honorable Ebeniaz, Tina, as a judge, court judge now as probation. Could all Lana Hayan is as a tissue, you were attorney, a co tissue court judge and as I know. But Hassaniyality to social justice, you're pretty well qualified for this position because you earned state a bar from the state of Arizona in Lala. That's one of the tough tests in La Toya Church to law degree. Yo by an addition of Ani, Deque, ya, Dojan Loda, hidden nest, did all tight on he, and Hutchin Yakulea Yakaki. The cocoa tapera alone, the Sata, Nikistoya Tid Hazu, Deya Nikishia Tid, Nikishnichi Hatsi, writing sample that they in Lala, though you got a good court case, you know, in Lala, thoughts of it on Lada. Korea could a congratulations, the Dishni. As in Junia, you're qualified, but Laha in the Yala, Arakon, Nanjaya, and like it all, look at that Ilya, she eyes, I have confidence in you, Yega Zil. Others additional masters, Nekudo, classes, Shanansis, the application to hire work with the my predecessor, the best friend of mine was Edward P. Martin, because it's Dishabad and Yaka, Konda Asati, they have a human resource office. Anyway, Yat Eto, Yat Ego Njiko, Nil Sozki, illegal at I see. Don't get a talk on the garden out of Torchin was chain, she cheated at the Scott Ocean and let at the Shekro and Hitcha, Juniet, had and legend, out of it, out of Zeta. As a court, as you're still on probation, the district court judge, it doesn't affect anything. You're moving up to associate justice. Someday you're going to be our chief justice too. Then customary law, traditional law, the Nebuzato, are fundamental law. She asks terrible audition. Some say these are not non-law with the law. I just asked that it all. Hakushi, here, speaker.
Hey. Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the council, and then our relatives that are here with us in the chambers. Yat Enana, Ado sponsor, my brother, Honorable Yazi. Thank you for giving us the legislation, which allows us the opportunity to make some comments and, of course, give support. What they call. Although the judge that we're meeting for the first time today, this evening, Judge Sinachin Yate, Shido, being Petoni, my relatives on my father's side, so Shamaya Chinda, it's a real honor to meet you on the floor of the Navajo Nation Council, the sacred chambers of the people and the government. Although I just want to also acknowledge the Honorable Eleanor Shirley, although I just want to say that years ago I served on the council, 21st council, as well as the 20th council. During that era, we had the privilege and honor of confirming Judge Shirley here, like yourself. She came before the council, and we had a chance to discuss and deliberate and vote on her confirmation. And then since then, we had the opportunity to see her grow and develop to become, nation's jurist or nation's judge. Over here, Eleanor being here this evening with us. She did the legislation they gave to do the confirmation. I want to speak in favor of it. Just get to the point, and I want to let my colleagues know that from leadership, as leaders from Western Navajo Agency, sometimes colleagues, we look to each other and say, what does the leadership from, this person's area, that person's region, what do they think? Well, I just want to let you know that I would be in support of this legislation. teko. Ado Bishmas and the legislative branch, do executive branch, do judicial branch, J Basti La Andi, Ado the Nepa teko. Not law, not abenasi kaki. And the Isabe not location either the how we have to create a balance, maintaining that balance, or sometimes restoring that balance, because there's always a balance, and things can become out of balance, as we all know, like as individuals, as family members, as communities. You know, our relationships sometimes can get out of balance. I get to always go back to that balance. So, ishido banza keso lishinanta bishmas alado kani nigi hotela oshin nankin shikato lita belkendi ka la di to di chenna wi ahi la nada di kel hotel ko wata di has ado da has anigi ego date ko de ido da queen na hata ado has anigi kon gitato ni dates lim hotel ko one so speaker, thank you for the time.
Okay. That, moving on down, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So.
Yeah. Sure. Judge Synergy alcohol. You came before us under the 23rd Council, and we went ahead and moved you forward to confirm you. I don't need none, so, you want to go, you went to strive to reach to the next level. And there's nothing in the way, nothing shouldn't be in the way for you to thrive and get to that level. Yes, maybe one of these days you become a Chief Justice. The Western delegation and we support you. Serve as the Western Caucus President, Chairman for the Council. And the interests of the Navajo people is what we look at, to provide an honest, fair decision for that individual who is being that needs an answer to a case. You're growing. You meet the qualification, the aspects of fundamental law. It's good that you understand it. It's a Diego, but sans a late. Here's 28K that need that. A man lane, I don't know, and lane is large enough that. A Mayajan lane is such a cut. But a got bucket is Hala a night got in now ye bear, no. In now ye ya when is it? Lady has tweed or Asha. He quite cut it. He quite begin happening. Don't the yard with nuns on a stunning if chain over out don't it's a year of something late. Hala a other in not able to chunk of dead the life to move forth and create more. in Edo Basin Zinsen. Aro koda ebeni Georgia Western education. John akoda yego be dihil a. Yego be education le anina not ati. In that case net ati yat e. Jayat e. Onsen. Ako be nash ego ko hadas Edo tida yat e ho shi adi na kha. Celeste si nido. I know that Asha ne kan son that has pando ne. De but don't nera. You're going to mother ni shan tuira to del zina. You're going to san shumani. Ena eni mara. I shave na I don't have it nido. Listen. I do support your confirmation, and I do support your ambition to move forward and move up on the ladder, and just be mindful that all Navajo people across the Navajo Nation, action, or that single parent, or that parent that's trying to get their child support taken care of, so forth. The best, any best, Hala ajo Bejo Gajo, or Ziggy dogs with your Jo Adi. Not any, simply not any, but of Ned. Ha ish even night.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Otto. So, moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, Otto, Assistant Jimmy, Talk. I'm also a KU graduate. That's where I went to law school. So it's great to have another Jayhawk on the team. So I'm going to let you know that I do support your nomination. And I thank you for your interest in applying for this position. I want to begin first by stating kind of what my Nulla Elmer gave, what he was trying to say, because I'm very familiar with that story that he's talking about. And I guess a lot of it kind of goes back to the way that our fundamental law, what those laws are that are currently in place. We always say it's very difficult and hard to explain, and sometimes from outsiders it looks like it's sexist. But those of us who live it, we understand it and we don't question it. And what Honorable Elmer Begay, what he was trying to talk about is the fact that, the judicial branch, when it was created, the stories that go along with that is that the branch was given a bow guard and a bow. And traditionally, we say that that's only for the men. So things have changed. That's why I'm saying, like, from the outside, it does look like it's sexist. But the traditional stories that go along with that is that branch, you have that bow guard, you have that bow. And I think what Honorable Elmer Begay was trying to say is that with the 3 women on the court, how do we say that we are abiding by fundamental law? And I think it's a valid question. And it's not about being sexist, it's not about what a woman can't do. Again, there are some things that male relatives do that me as a Navajo woman, I don't question. So a really good example is like hunting. I've never hunted in my life. I was always told a woman doesn't hunt. Of course, things are different now. And, there are a lot of things, ceremonial too. I think Honorable Otto So, and then Shinalakoja Elmer Begay, I think they can they can attest to that, that there's certain ceremonies where they only allow men to do it. Same thing, you know, with women, there's certain things that only a woman can do. And so I think that kind of is coming into play with what Shanella Elmer Miguel was alluding to. But I guess, you know, that kind of comes to the question that I'm going to ask you. And that's, you know, can you tell me what your understanding and knowledge of fundamental law is? And how do you propose to implement it into your rulings or into your decisions? Are you going to consider them? I know that within the statute it states that the code is first, but oftentimes we see the Supreme Court having to interpret the laws using fundamental law. So you see the arguments made at the lower court, but when it gets to the Supreme Court, they have to decide whether that is a valid argument or not. So there's kind of that, you know, you have to have that type of understanding. And it's really interesting because I was just now trying to Google, you know, the confirmation for Supreme Court associates at the federal level. And usually it's days and days of a confirmation hearing questions after questions, because at the end of the day, your decisions, the decisions that are made by you and Chief Justice Jane, and then also Associate Shirley, those are the laws that we're going to have to live with as Navajo citizens. So I asked this question, and again, you know, I'm in support of your of this legislation, of this resolution, but I have to ask that question because I think that is what we, even as legislators, we debate that. You know, we ask that question: what does fundamental law mean? How do you define it? And as I think for those of us who are traditional, we always say we live it. You can't explain it. You can't write about it. So with that, I'm going to ask you the question. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we run down Honorable Keon Begay.
Maybe just two things that convinced me to just go ahead and support you. First one is if you say that you are my older sister, I'll support you. Hanoa in Shankia Ani, Edashajat, Ani Dashachedo, is Chini Dashanale. And then the other one is I may have a better grade than you from ASU as well. So, with that, Steja, Oshiego, Kodo, Nhan Edo, I guess that's the only one thing that I encourage our Navajo people. Lego in Tatlan. And I have no definite knowledge about Navajo culture or tradition, but yet the people chose me to speak for them from here. And then Di Nahagajish Ahunsen, Di Koja preaching Jish Ahunsen, Di Koja roadman Jish Ahunsen, Ada Shadonida. But Nahakuninsen Shadoni, Nahakuninsen, you have the capability to eat Hatin. Later, what we've learned out there is what we need to come back and help the Navajo people. Doshibeta need after Dodil, Doshibeta not after Dodil. Benabahasi of many years that I've been here, every single day I learn new things. Every single day in the realms of the Navajo Nation government. So you have a bigger task making a decision, but that's just a check and balance. You will be on the judicial branch. This will be the first time since I got in that the Navajo Nation Supreme Court will have 3 justices sitting. And I will be looking forward to have all 3 being a permanent Associate Justice and Chief Justice. Ako aki gisha. Oh, hit Asian. But the need let hit Asian ado yego. Oh, hit aunt and dead. Asian quack in the ma. Nja. Kain J. A. Masan Naldashin. Nas tuition at the haldo. Asian bitch a chi in the lake. Asian quack is shohe. But the national deal like quack hit out. And that's what I do. Has tweet a hallo. Don't he masan he chade a hallo. Shohe did ela he ahikna. Did asala beshacha or zirit ala ahikna. I would ego she on the shift he eat edo like Dirish Shadeja. A cautious zero. Dick a fundamental law at the hatna. Every single year, every single day, I think about it. I will never ever have a definite response to that shit. That's me. I don't know. And you'll have multiple interpretation. And I'm sure you won't give us a definite answer that we will agree to or to any of the committee or the council. So don't let that hesitate for you to respond. Shadeja. You being sitting there, that tells us you have the determination that you want to do this job. So I commend you for that. And I appreciate your family for being here as well. So there's a sheet eight baby nothing all day. Nanish ilehiki hit out the neka do sheet aside the neka idiot all day. Now be hobe kaya has argued there's 110 chapters. There's 350 plus Navajo. Aishi kodo be has anigi be bayizi all day. So edigi kwaki kodo shit. Oshi to the zen. Do not all come. So with that, I support this legislation. Speaker.
Okay. Moving on down. Okay. Paul McGee. What would you?
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Delegate Edmund Yazzie. For your legislation, how do I go back to my former statement, we must support our young people. I don't know about should say Key Ellen's remark, but I think she looks a lot younger than Mr. Should say. But yeah, well, you know, I'm sure my fellow council delegates, when a person comes from your area, you feel great pride. That's kind of the way I feel. I know that Miss Sinajini here says she's from Tuba City, somewhere in the west, but I want the people inside the chambers here to know that she's from the heart of Coppermine chapter. That is my voting chapter. So that's the reason why I have great pride. You did made up all the requirements, you excelled in school. I have never had any interest in math, but some do. And you've even infiltrated that subject in your, and all the talents that you have. In case of Zingo addition, I don't get the national because deal with the doing I give it nature. Just starter what the yego. Ado and no way I ba just how. It's in the sati it ego. Pelagana ketchiko. You must learn all these laws. There's ani to the dado, never what thousand. It's still in. Arab kido ya the fundamental law that the hot net the neck etchin sa kiski. It's in better hanjan net. Ado benahachis ache. And here again, it's a learning process. You have to translate, transcribe what you've known and learn in the Western law, and translate it into Navajo terminology in Navajo, so that you can also address the Navajo-speaking people. That comes with the learning part. ASU or UFA or NAU ade chachagata. Apoho hot ego. Biloho hagi bilinti. Ko Boba Hinson oya. Kodoha Sido left copper mine. Honestiza is proud of you. We have a lot of people, notable people that come out of you. Some will be in law like you. Most of the time they're usually rodeo people or basketball players. Tate Sinajini out of NAU. Willard and Raymond Sinajini used to play NAU basketball. So that, of course, in more recent times, we have a world champion, Aaron Sinajini. This judge here comes from that same family, family of champions. I'm proud of you, Ms. Sinajini. I support you. Yeah.
Yellow hair, you don't have any reserve time? You have no more time. Honorable Freeland, new player.
Thank you, Chair, Speaker Auto Shana, sponsor Auto. I don't want to call you Associate Justice Ginny, but we might as well. I want to say congratulations to you, and thank you for coming back and fulfilling your obligations and your duties to the people. It's a very important role that you have to play, and you know I can't vote against somebody that went to University of New Mexico Law School. Go Lobos! But you know I think about this more and more. Sean Zidia, what he was talking about, 3 permanent justices. But all 3 of them are female, Navajo female women. That's a testament to our Navajo women. Your role, along with the Chief Justice and other Associate Chief Justice, you are going to be in the highest court of the Navajo Nation. And we have to be very proud of them. Very proud, Shanata. Our women are strong. Our women are strong. And I always think about this when I was growing up as a child. Being around strong women, women that fight, women that stand up for what's right. And you know, we're all around us here in this chamber. And I want to wish you the best, the utmost best. And I want to wish the court the very best. And you know, when you're in those situations, you have to think, you know, you have to think independently. A due process. I'm not an attorney, but understandably, knowing what you have to go through, tough decisions have to be made. And I just want you to know that you have the support, you have the prayers, you have the blessings of this body, And we have to do this for, not only for ourselves, but we have to do this for our people. And, I just wanted to resonate that because the role is so vital and the role is so important. And I just want to wish you all the best. We'll be praying for you. We'll be praying for the court. With that, I say thank you, Speaker Chantal.
Hey, moving on down. Honorable James, floor is yours.
Thank you. Although, she, Honorable Edmund Yazi, although, Chima, Judge Chinachini Yate, Dihi Champi, Eya Equagi, Hitatos, Eya Niniado, Hajo Papi, Eya Ecuador, not sauce linen sauce, non Nashiki the no, Bede Hadenzi, Gokonza, the Eya Isa, Lini Bench, Yadil. Ako, had the Disney in Schago. Ado Nahate, Kayantade. The facility that you held your position in, the job duty that you did in that facility. I don't know, sometimes you have to have a big heart to work in that kind of an environment. And your commitment is there. And the facility that you did your duty, your job in, should be a real nice facility. Njona ba zot nanigi ken sa aldo bito hana na shijil on. To ona na shpo hana dlon at eko. Okon the height ashin sin the keso. Kent aba hajo ba o sa on. Bito in an anish. And on hold jishako. Dobit dan na shigi to what outclass an leko. Oko cahoots to you. Njona yego and echo. Eshi be ha inkle dole, eshi be nzi dole leko. So eod I had the Disney. Ado nana kodo onaran jishat to arto. Did Shanale a former President, Mountain Blue House, Senior, Aje Yikitanan Lenigi, First Lady, Irma Blue House is in the house. So, could I recognize it? These sleep and so on. Additional Shamaka DC. Ado Biget, Lenigi Mountain Blue House Jr. Thank you. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to seize the bait. Banadnish Trachashi Hanado ni Ado e Ako Kek Aho Yanahi Tio Bandi Kayako. Okoko Asian Kodo, bait K Nadi Kako motion to seize the bait. What I like here.
There's a motion to cease debate. There was two individuals on less. Unless we're ready to waive your time off. Want to waive your time? Nope. Okay. I'll recognize a motion to cease debate because there's nobody that's said anything. It's all been in consensus. Motion to cease debate by Honorable James. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Stewart. That. Go to board. Motion to cease debate. It's non-debatable. There are 22 There's 22 votes. We need 15. Oh, Samantha's here. 16 votes. Question privilege, Madam Chair. Charles Newton.
Speaker, my question, and I think my sister, Honorable Amber Crotty, had posed this question at the last, when we ceased debate with the previous legislation, but what happens with the questions that I posed? Do we just forget about them?
Basically. And the reason why is because they're ceasing debate. It started stopping the whole debate. You can ask the individual afterwards, and you can ask them to respond in email right now. But it's because we're ceasing the whole debate, Madam Chair. Honorable Daniels, Honorable Slater, Honorable Alona, on ceasing debate. Honorable Slater. 25 seconds. $17. Honorable Slater. Is he gone? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Lock down.
16 to 6.
16 in favor, motion carries. Needed 15 to carry that motion. That motion cease debate passes. Go to the board on legislation 0009-20. Final authority. While we're voting, colleagues, the veterans, it's been informed that the veterans have canceled their march. They will not be coming to meet with the council nor the president tomorrow. Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Slater. Just Slater. Gone? Okay, everyone has voted. Motion carries. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Congratulations, Associate Justice Sidney Ginny. Colleagues, please return those documents if you chat them out. Did you get them back? All of them. Never mind, we got all of them back. Put it up.
Where's your basket, Speaker?
Huh?
Yesterday you still have your basket?
for everyone. Just repeat after me. I, Tina Sinajini,
I, Tina Sinajini,
do solemnly affirm that
do solemnly affirm that
I will support,
I will support,
obey,
obey,
and defend all the laws of the Navajo Nation.
defend, and all the laws of the Navajo Nation.
I will apply the laws impartially
I will apply the laws impartially
and with equal respect
and with equal respect
for the rights of all people
for the rights of all people
who come before me.
who come before me.
I will perform all the duties
I will perform all the duties
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
I will refrain from all offensive conduct.
I will refrain from all offensive conduct.
I will adhere to the rules of judicial conduct.
I will adhere to the rules of judicial conduct.
With these principles,
With these principles,
I will make and live a good life.
with these principles, I will make a good life.
Okay, colleagues. At 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Hey, colleagues. Hey. All right, colleagues. All right, so there's a motion. Colleagues, we have concluded our agenda until tomorrow. We have one legislation on the docket at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. There's a motion by Honorable James to recess. Is there a second? There's a second by Honorable Mark Freeland at 10 a.m. Hey, motion by Honorable James, second by Honorable Freeland. Motion. Honorable Kiamagay? Honorable Kiamagay, you have something to say? You have something to say? Oh, okay. Okay, go once, go twice, go 3 times, go to board. Motion to recess. Even the man. No, but did he give it to the charge? Wait, yeah, you do it. Recess, Honorable Albert Brigade, Honorable Slater, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Honorable Stewart, Honorable Yazzie, Honorable Walker, Honorable Walker, Honorable Yazzie, Honorable Yazzie, Chairman Yazzie. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Lock it out.
20.
No.
20.
20 in favor, 1 opposed. We are now adjourned at 5. Oh, we're at recess. Recess. 5:53.
It's been a rough day.